it tells you exactly who they're protecting. $600 billion a year is left on the table. That's what the IRS estimates is lost annually due to unpaid taxes, mostly from the wealthy and from large corporations using complex schemes to avoid paying their fair share. Closing even a fraction of that gap could fully fund family tax relief, housing, which their bill doesn't have one provision to deal with the housing affordability crisis, and provide a permanent tax break for small businesses and moms and dads, not just big corporation. But this is about choices. They choose billionaires over you, the American people, the working people of this country.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, I won't.
Okay.
To the American people, I know most of you are sleeping now at 2:43 in the morning. But when you wake up, I want you to see that early in the morning on May 14th, Republicans have shown their hands. They're going to vote down our amendment, the only amendment that protects working class people. They are taking health care away from 13.7 million Americans. They're doing it on the backs of the working poor. And they have a choice, and they're always going to keep protecting the billionaire class. Listen, as each one of them will say no to Mr. Gomez and our amendment, each one of them by name. This amendment is clear, $1 billion or more to just pay a little bit of their fair share. Not the proportional share, the proportional rate. Teachers, nurses, firefighters, first responders are doing their part. Why can't billionaires do theirs? I yield back.
Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've listened, and I know we've been trying to move this along and let the Democrats talk. And I'm sure you've got somewhere probably next to 100 amendments left, and boy, this is great. And Mr. Ranking Member, I really respect you a lot. You know that. And you keep referencing Bill Clinton. I knew Bill Clinton back when he was the governor of Arkansas, and he came up here and had a little trouble, but what he did in '96 was pretty amazing even for a guy that was young and was trying to build a business. And you're right, he did get things in line with the help of a guy named Newt Gingrich and others, and he did it in his second term. No, I'm not going to yield. I'm not going to yield. I'm not going to yield. And so I wanted to make sure I got my numbers right, because I'd heard it was over 400,000 government workers he cut, but it was 300,000 plus. I wish we had that same courage today, because now the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is getting beat up for trying to slim the size of government, because Bill Clinton came here with the notion that he was going to right-size government. And Democrats had a hard time at that point in time. In fact, that's why he could only do it in the second term. And then when you look at what happened in '96, and I don't know who supported this, I didn't go back and look at the details, but it was infamously called the welfare to work. And I know you and I have talked about this, and you were one of the people that supported that there should be work requirements, there should be right-sizing government. We shouldn't be the government for all. We should make sure that people have personal responsibility and accountability. And that's really what got in line. And I'll be honest with you, we all reference that time. And I often say that in our lifetime, we've seen a balanced budget. We've seen the point when we had 4 years in a row. You're exactly right. And we did have a thing in 2001 that stopped this thing called 9/11 that really created a real problem. And so, I think it's also, none of us on this side of the aisle were here in 1996 when that happened. I don't think anybody was here in 2001 even. But it is worth noting that there was a lot of courage that happened then. And as far as the top 1%, they pay 42% of all tax revenues in this country. And so the question that's been asked and the answer has not been given, what is exactly the definition of fair share? I mean, is it all? I mean, what is it exactly? If you could share that, and I will yield some of my time to you, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the record straight here, Speaker Gingrich opposed the Bush tax increase and he opposed the Clinton tax increases. The Republican leader at the time, Bob Michel, supported the Bush tax increase and supported the Clinton tax increase. You're correct. $500 billion of tax increases and then $500 billion of cuts. That was the deal. And it set us on the course for a trajectory that I wish we could model in this time. But let's talk about that welfare bill for a second. The welfare bill wasn't just about work requirements. The welfare bill was about providing people with vouchers for education. It was about providing them with support for transportation, and it was about supporting them with child care. Those were, remember, Clinton vetoed the first welfare bill because none of those items were in. Second time around, Republicans accepted them. All of the things that we wanted in that bill that supported incentives for people to be able to work with child care, housing, all of those things we put in there, and that's how we were able to get that bill. But reminder that it was Speaker Gingrich that opposed those tax increases.
So,
Mr. Thompson?
Reclaiming that's my time,
Yep.
So we have almost $800 billion in child tax credits now. So we are giving money. I mean, to say that we're not giving money to child tax credit is just not accurate. And so I think that I wish we all had the courage. I think my colleague from the chairman of the Budget Committee, he said, you know, we both are culpable in a $2 trillion deficit. I think that would be inaccurate to say that it's one side or the other. Yeah. We lack courage to make the tough decisions. And there's been a lot said about Social Security. And I admire my colleague, John Larson. He and I have talked about it a lot. We differ on how we approach it, but we should come together in a bipartisan way for the benefit of those seniors, many of us that will be in that age if we're not already, that have paid in our entire lifetime to receive and entitled, the true definition of entitlement in Social Security and Medicare, that they remain solvent. And it's not going to be done in a partisan way. That will never occur in our lifetime that we ever can agree. But in a bipartisan way, we could do that. And it is not accurate to say the president hasn't told the press, and he's told each of us individually, do not do anything to touch Social Security or Medicare benefits or Medicaid benefits to anyone. He has told us this in press. He's told us in the cabinet room since he's been elected. Do not touch it. And we're not going to do that because that's what he has said is the direction of the other end of the Capitol, just like Bill Clinton did back in the day. He wanted to make sure the government was going to do the right thing and it was going to be solvent going forward. And again, I wish we had the courage today as a Congress, as a White House, working together with the Senate, that we could do that same thing. I know you and I agree on this. We've talked about it. Maybe the details are a little bit different, but we have to have that courage for the future of our kids and our grandkids before we all leave this place. And I'm that passionate about it. I have said it. I've signed 4 budgets in a row that's talked about it. I've been demonized for it. I've never said we're going to ever kick anybody off of Medicare, ever. But I said we have got to come together to solve this problem. Everybody that's in Washington, D.C., think tanks on either side, have said that us to do nothing is the worst thing that could happen to those seniors in America. So as we're talking about these things, Congressman Larson, ranking member, the problem's going to be if we do nothing, it's a 17 to 21% cut across the board. I yield my time back.
Mr. Hearn, thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Larson?
Yes. Following up on what Mr. Neal was saying first, and what Bill Clinton was able to do, and how we were able to come to this, was followed by George Bush saying that he won in dramatic fashion, and he was going to use his political capital. And he did. He did try to privatize Social Security and went around. And so the look on the other side when you look at us and say, well, come on, we got to work together bipartisanly. So we put out a plan and say, here's our plan. Here's what we're going to do. Where's your plan? And
Is that a question?
it is a very good question, because you can't have a compromise you can't work together if only one side has a plan and the other side just criticizes the plan, et cetera. And it just adds to the skepticism that what your plan is to privatize. And when your president and Elon Musk goes out and first decimates, how can you have the largest insurance program in the country operating with an administrative cost of under 1% and then cut it further, stop the ability of everyday people, you pointed out, like a lot of us on this dais, who need to talk to a human being. Show me another federal agency whose administrative costs are under 1%. Minimally, they should be at 2%, and still.
Will the gentleman give me 30 seconds?
I will. Can I finish my, and once
Sure,
I finish
absolutely.
my point, but I come from an insurance area of the world. 16 to 28% is what they use for administrative costs for programs that are very successful insurance programs, but are far less than the 70 million people who are insured under Social Security, and just not for a pension. Just not for a pension, but also for spouses, for widows, for children. Why? Because it's the safety net of capitalism and entrepreneurialism, and allows us to take risk, because in taking risk is how we're going to be able to achieve. But you can't do that, as Roosevelt knew, and frankly, as Eisenhower and even Nixon knew, that you had to have a program that was there, that was a safety net for all of Americans, that Congress hasn't touched in an enhancement way in over 50 years.
So the gentleman, can I get?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you-
I think you just answered the question I was going to ask. This problem was long before Elon Musk ever came to the White House 90 days ago.
don't.
That's right. So this is not an Elon Musk problem. This is a problem that we just simply, on your side, and I think you've described this, is simply just to raise the taxes on the uber rich, and that's going to somehow pay for it. You know as well as I do that's not going to be enough.
How is it raising tax? First of all, it's an insurance premium. It's
When
not a
you say
tax.
take the cap off of Social Security,
Lift the cap. So why should there even be a cap?
well, listen, you guys have had the same opportunity to remove the cap as we have. The same opportunity. You have.
I initially, when I've been working on this bill a while, I removed the cap, and you guys on the other side, oh my God, look at this, it's the biggest tax increase you've ever seen.
You had the
Possibly
majority for
remove the
4
cap.
years.
I was in this committee as they were saying, and I said, for less than a cup of coffee, and you guys brought out a big cup of coffee.
Congressman Larson, let's don't get amnesia at 3 o'clock in the morning. You've had the opportunity when you had the majority, when you were doing all the, you did 2 reconciliation bills,
Yeah,
your last trifecta.
We did have the opportunity, and you heard what Mr. Neal had to say. We were constrained because we couldn't do both.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it in reconciliation, just like we can in this. I'm sorry.
No. It wasn't about reconciliation. It was about doing the Affordable Care Act and then improving that, and not having the ability to do both, to try to be prudent. Believe me,
There wouldn't have been
I wish we had, for the American people.
John, you're right. You're disappointed in your own party because you could have done it as a standalone bill and pushed it through with Democrat House, Democrat Senate, and a Democrat White House. You could have done it
Yeah,
standalone.
I've been here 26 years, and only 8 of those have we been in the majority.
Including
And
4 years ago.
Only 4 of those did we have an opportunity to do something. And in those years, we did make sure that we got health care for people that now you're taking away in this bill so you can again reward billionaires. How does that make sense, and how does that build up trust?
You've done a great job
Just
of
trust
deflecting
us.
the disappointment in your own party.
We don't have a plan but we want to criticize your plan. We're never going to present a plan of our own. And what we're going to do is go out and wreck Social Security internally and then say, oh, look, the program doesn't work. You know what we're going to have to do? Privatize it.
Okay, we're
and you'll
over
be out
1
there
minute.
saying, hey,
We're over
here's
1 minute.
what we got.
Mr.
We got
Larson,
these
your
great
time is
plans
expired.
that show how you'll get more money in the
Mr.
private
Larson, your
sector.
time is expired.
Take it to the bank.
It's expired. Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Larson, I had a question. I had a question. I kind of recalled during that period of privatization, there was a 10% factor they want to privatize. It wasn't the whole thing. Is that right or wrong, or am I just imagining things? Was it half? I don't remember. I remember 10%, and obviously 2 years later, everything blew up for our side because we got, I think, hammered or whatever. But I do remember a percentage privatization. I thought it was 10%, maybe it was more. So,
To be perfectly honest, Vern, I don't recall. I knew it was privatization. I don't know what the percentages were, et cetera.
and the second thing I would just say, with the dynamic we've got here, we should take an opportunity, because I sense that maybe we get together with something, possibly, because you've been on this for a long time, and maybe there's an opportunity to do something. It's just the guy sitting right here,
Well,
or whatever.
we have a plan.
Yeah. Well,
Where's the
we should
plan?
talk. So, I'm good.
Yeah, the other point, not to understate it, Ross Perot's candidacy in 1992 changed the argument about the national debt.
Yeah.
There was a time when he was ahead of the two presidential candidates, Clinton and Bush, and he was in second place for a long time in that race. He was the one that changed the discussion about the national debt.
But if you're going to have a discussion about the debt, you also got to talk about Social Security and Medicare, everything else too.
Except in the case of Social Security, it doesn't contribute to the debt because it's an earned, and this is the other thing with calling it an entitlement. It's earned money. It's your constituents' money that they've put in there. And that trust is still solid. You wonder why people get suspicious when Elon Musk is charged with finding $2 trillion, and 70% of our budget is the military, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Which is the only one that has a trust fund? Social Security. And which is the only one that has $2.7 trillion in it? Social Security. So you wonder why we're suspicious? And you have no plan.
Today's a new day, so let's go forward. That'd be my suggestion.
Yield back.
Yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to address one thing that Mr. Horsford said. You said a lot of things, Mr. Horsford, but in part of your comments here, you said there's nothing in this bill that addresses housing, low-income housing or affordable housing. That's flat out wrong. The bill that I've introduced that you're actually a co-sponsor of, 2725, the Affordable Housing Tax Credit, is included in this bill. It's supported by every housing group across the country. In fact, Ms. Del Benny and I are on the bill, Mr. Feenstra, Mr. Panetta, Mr. Beyer. It's the most bipartisan bill we introduced last Congress, 270 co-sponsors, equal amount of Democrats and Republicans. We passed it on the House floor last year, and it addresses the housing problem, both rural, urban, suburban. Everybody supports it. It's in this bill.
So will you yield?
Just hold on, let me finish. So I don't know if you were incorrect in what you said or whether you want to acknowledge that. I just want to say when you make a statement, there's nothing in this bill to address housing and the shortage and the affordability, that's just flat out wrong. Second point that I'd like to make is Mr. Arrington asked you about the Gomez and why this wasn't included in reconciliation before. There was never an answer given on that. So I want to give you an opportunity to answer that. Before I do, I'm going to yield to Mr. Arrington.
I'd like to hear the answer to that question myself.
I have an answer, so if you want to yield to me.
Well, I just want to make a few more points. Wages after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, wages at the bottom 10% grew 3 times more than the top 10%. Income and the bottom 50% of income earners grew at 2 times faster than the top 10% earners. So there's a reason why the poverty rates were the lowest in recorded history. There's a reason why there were millions of jobs created and billions of dollars in investment, and we grew at 1%. At 1% over the budget window's $3 trillion to the deficit. So, and we, by the way, we also brought the tax rates down for our job creators, which at one time, prior to TCJA, was actually embarrassingly higher than communist China. So this notion of we're going to balance the budget and pay for this $7 trillion government with the top 10% who are paying 70% of the cost, and we're just going to increase it to 80, 90. At what point do we run out of the top 10% and top 10% of the earners' money?
Will
So
the gentleman
what's the,
yield for one
so what's
second?
the answer, Mr. Horsford,
I just
to
answer-
why wasn't it? I'd like to give him the opportunity to answer that
Well,
question.
first, to Mr. LaHood on housing, thank you for recognizing that. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of that legislation, and it is bipartisan. But let me be clear. You guys are giving a tax cut to corporate speculators who are buying up homes in places including Las Vegas. 15% of the homes in Las Vegas alone, 30% of the homes in North Las Vegas are now owned by these corporate speculators. They come in, they pay cash, they price veterans out, they price first-time home buyers out, they price families out of owning the American dream. That's not in this bill. And yet you're giving them a tax break. Overwhelmingly, based on this distribution table that Mr. Barthold started with early, well, we didn't get it till about 2 hours into the hearing, overwhelmingly the benefits for billionaires and the ultra-wealthy are permanent, but meanwhile the things that help working people are not, including housing. Housing is one of the biggest pain points that families in Nevada and across the country are talking about. The cost of rent has gone up 30% in the last few years. There's nothing that's addressing those issues, and that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the issues around the housing affordability crisis. I'm glad that finally at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're finally starting to talk about the issues that matter, from housing to Social Security to child care, but that doesn't negate the fact.
Well, reclaiming my time just at the end here, again,
Never answered my question.
I want to hear why this amendment wasn't put in the bill in reconciliation when you had the opportunity to do that.
What bill are you referring to?
Talking about the
Democrats.
amendment in front of us right now.
Why does it matter? We're here right now.
answer the question.
If you have this much passion on this issue
no.
today, where
What
was
you're
the
not going to
passion?
do is
Where was
frame my
where
passion.
was the passion?
My passion, Mr.
Where was the
Arrington,
passion when you had control? Why
Okay.
wasn't it in the
not
bill?
gonna
That's
speak.
It's just
the
about
question.
control, because that's all Donald Trump
No,
cares about.
It's just
Okay.
a question.
Controlling women's bodies, controlling
There
the
will be
American
order.
public,
Question.
controlling our ability to save our democracy.
Just a question.
That's
Mr.
what this is
Horsford.
about,
No.
control.
Mr. Horsford,
question.
the time has expired. Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Moore, and I am going to be very clear on this clock. I've been very lenient to this body, but when it hits that point, your mic's off. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question. I did want to yield the time to someone. I want to be reminded, the reconciliation that you're talking about, is that the bill that we put forward during the pandemic to provide survival checks to people? Is that the reconciliation, or you're talking about Build Back Better? Exactly. The American Rescue Plan. I don't think that this discussion, you're saying, why didn't we put it in the bill? I don't think that it was
The Inflation
germane.
Reduction Act, the
Inflation
tax
Re-
and spend bill, not the
Okay, the
so-called
Inflation
Relief Act.
Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act, I think the subject matters, as I recall, The subject matters were around prescription drugs, around all the stuff that you guys have, that they're repealing over there next door in ENC, the energy credits and all that. And to my, to my memory, this was not germane. The discussion of tax, the tax code was not a subject of that bill.
The gentlelady yields.
I sure will.
The tax code was opened up. There were tax policies in the IRA, and one in particular was the tax credits of $700 billion to climate or renewable energy corporations. So my question was...
That was the topic,
yeah,
about the climate.
Yeah, but my question is a simple one. I'm not trying to be provocative.
Why didn't you offer a
wouldn't-
non-germane amendment? Is that your question, sir?
You opened up the tax code. There were other taxes besides the green energy tax credits, and the question was, and there was a corporate minimum tax.
Okay.
Why
Okay,
not
well-
include this provision if you were all so sincere
Okay, this is
about
my
putting
time.
it in?
It's my time,
Yep,
Mr. Arrington, my
okay.
good friend. And I'm going to yield now to my good friend, the ranking member of the Budget Committee.
Well, thank you. And well, first, Mr. Arrington is just very triggering. I see it in the. I said you're very triggering and a controversial figure, but at least it's keeping us awake after 3 o'clock in the morning. The second thing is, I think we might have gone a bit far afield from the amendment that's actually in front of us. I want to point out the amendment in front of us only impacts a little more than 3,000 Americans. It does not impact, and I did the math, and again, at 3 o'clock in the morning, it can be dangerous to do the math, but I just verified it. 99.999% of the American people will still see their tax cuts extended if this amendment by Mr. Gomez became law. It is only the top 0.001% of Americans that would simply see not confiscatory rates, not 70% rates or 80 or 90% marginal rates like you saw in the Eisenhower years, simply a reversion from 37% back to 39.6, which is actually the rate it has been for most of the last 30 years. So this amendment's pretty straightforward. It only impacts billionaires. It is a great opportunity for the other side to prove us wrong, to prove me wrong when I say this is one big, beautiful bill for billionaires. Prove me wrong, vote for this amendment, and we can actually have a bipartisan victory. And thank you, Ms. Moore. I'm happy to yield back to you.
And thank you. I will yield the last minute to Mr. Horsford.
I just wanted to put on the record, and I know Mr. LaHood raised the issue of housing. The only inclusion for housing in this big, beautiful bill is regarding a tax-exempt bond issue. This doesn't actually build more housing. I just outlined a 3-point housing policy for Nevada, taking on corporate speculators, making more federal land accessible for the development of affordable housing, and cracking down on landlords that gouge renters. None of that's in this bill. These are the types of priorities that my constituents, and they're not all Democrats, they're Republicans and independents, care about. They're not in this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. I don't have much to say. I think it's astounding that we can't find agreement on billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires, those who repeatedly make in income billions. We're not talking about all the other income that they have, their income in billions, that we can't increase taxes for them. You know why we didn't include a lot of those things in that other bill? Because we were being fiscally responsible. Because we were interested in finding pay-fors. Remember that thing? That's the thing that was constantly being shoved down our throats about what Democrats needed to do. Our irresponsibility with giving out stuff, government welfare to the poor, welfare to old people, welfare to women who are not responsible and have all these children. But we don't have that same pay-fors that we're trying to do for billionaires. That's what's shocking about this. Now we can run up the debt. We can run up the deficit when it's for wealthy donors, but we couldn't do it for children. We couldn't do it for women. We couldn't do it for our seniors. We couldn't do it for veterans, for those with disabilities, for those who need new skills, but we can do it for billionaires. The reason we didn't have it in our bill is because we were trying to find pay-fors, because we were trying to be fiscally responsible about what we were trying to put out. That's why it wasn't in there in the times that we were able to do that. I'll yield some time to Mr. Swazi.
Thank you,
Give
Ms.
it back
Plaskett.
to me when you're done.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. I just wanted to point out again in the distribution tables that if you look at the distribution tables, page 1, these green sheets that we have, for people who make $500,000 to $1 million, it's $70 billion a year. For people who make $1 million and above, it's about $100 million a year. So if we would just raise the taxes 2.7%, we're back to where it was, to 39.6 for those two tax brackets, and we also did something with the 199 for people who make above $500,000 a year, phase it out. There's like $1.7 trillion there. $1.7 trillion for just those taxpayers who make above $500,000 per year. In addition, I want to point out also in the previous tax bill, 2017, talk about how the lowest wage earners made so much more money in those days. It was a very unusual time in 2016 and 2017 in that 20 some odd states raised their minimum wage those years. And that was a big reason that the lowest income earners in America had their wages go up, is because the minimum wages were raised in Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New York, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, and West Virginia. 18 states in 2017. I won't go through them all. So that has a big impact. The minimum wage in 20 states in the United States of America is still $7.25 an hour. If you make $10 an hour and you work 40 hours a week and you work 50 weeks a year, you make 20 grand a year. If you make $15 an hour, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, you make 30 grand a year. Nobody's going to buy a house, educate their kids, pay for health insurance, and retire one day without being scared on $20,000 or $30,000 a year. We got to figure out how to give people in America, whether you're a conservative or a progressive, a raise in America, and to give them better benefits. And that's one of the reasons that we should be supporting unions.
Thank you back for the time. Thank you. I just feel like what we just went through with our Republican colleagues is what my teenage daughter would call gaslighting. I've just been gaslit. I finally get it. Yep. They took us down a road that was of their own doing. And I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for yielding. I just want to point out, Stacey, we didn't look for pay-fors. We didn't try and be fiscally responsible. We were. We found pay-fors. The IRA was paid for. That's why we couldn't put everything in it. We had to prioritize, and we paid for what we put in it. We didn't add to the national debt as you're doing today. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield time to my colleague, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you. I just wanted to further elaborate on Mr. LaHood, because I do want the record to be straight here. And I am pleased to work with you on our bill dealing with the expansion of the low-income housing tax credit. It's an important issue. But if you look on page 389 of the GOP bill, where silencers get a tax break, where billionaires get more tax breaks, housing gets one item. Simply put, the only housing item is that housing projects are not required to use as much tax-exempt bonds. That's it. So yes, Mr. LaHood, we do have a bipartisan expansion of the low-income housing tax credit. I raised this issue over 12 hours ago. Rents in Las Vegas have risen by 30%. I know that is not a problem unique to our community. I also have a bill, like I said, to address the corporate takeover of single-family homes. Republicans throughout your budget have cut enforcement agencies, which are now letting corporations go wild. But this bill will not help build more housing. My colleague, Representative Del Baney, has a plan to help with the low-income housing tax credit. I have a plan for my HOME Act and my Unlock Housing Act around public housing. So if we want to be serious, let's bring up these bills and put them in this markup. But that's not what's in here.
Gentlemen, yield?
Yes, Mr. LaHood, I'll yield.
That bill is Ms. Del Baney and I's bill. That's
Right, it's
in
not
here.
No, it's not. Where? Where is it? Because it's not on
The bill
page.
that you're the sponsor.
Where is it, Mr. LaHood?
So, were you going to let me speak? So HR 2725 that you're a sponsor of is in this bill.
Where?
Every housing agency across the country says
Where is the bill?
number one thing is this provision in the
Mr.
bill.
LaHood, I'm reclaiming my time. Just tell me where. Maybe I'm wrong.
I will bring it to you and show it to you. And your housing authority in Nevada said the number one thing you can do is pass this bill.
I know about the
So
bill,
you ought to
but it's
listen to
not
your own
in-
housing authority.
Mr. LaHood.
And you ought to listen to
reclaim
every
my
housing
time.
authority
I
across the
reclaim-
country.
I reclaim the time.
And this will create
I reclaim the time.
8 to 10,000
It's
new
my
housing
time,
units.
Mr. LaHood. You can't reference. No, I know about the low-income housing tax credit. I am a co-sponsor. No, it's not, because you can't reference it. Where is it? This is what the problem is in America. He wants to tell me one thing. I know that I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I'm telling you it's not in your Screw America budget.
Ready? Page 197. Look at section 13 through 24. Are you looking at it?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, look at it right now. Page 1. Look, turn to your book.
I'm listening to your
page 197. Open it up and let's go through it together.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to be looking at it.
I'm looking at it, Mr. LaHood.
All right, what does it say?
I don't need to be patronized.
Well, you just asked me to give you the directions. So what does it say on section 13 there on page 197?
And is this provision permanent? Is it permanent?
Yes.
Is it permanent, Mr. LaHood? Like
So
the billionaire tax cuts?
Okay. So
I'm reclaiming my time.
I thought you wanted me to read it to you.
No, I didn't. I asked you to point it out in the bill.
Let me
and I
read
said
it.
that if I
Let
was
me
wrong,
read it
I would
to you so
correct.
you can
No,
understand.
I reclaim my time.
Modifications
Mr.
to the
LaHood,
low-income
you don't get to
housing
talk
tax
over me. It is not your time.
You asked me to read it
No,
to you.
I reclaim my time. You don't understand what that means?
Can I bring it down and show you? I'd love to bring it down and show you right now.
What Mr. LaHood fails to recognize, it's not the full bill. He doesn't have a score. It's not about making sure that we are addressing the comprehensive needs for housing in America. The only housing item that they want to talk about are the issue around tax-exempt bonds. That is what is the problem. It's a portion of the bill. It's not the full bill. I know that Representative Del Baney and other members, including myself, have worked hard on the low-income housing tax credit. It's something I fully support. That bill in its entirety is not included on page 197, section 13. I yield back.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Again, I'm going to look at section 11109, page 197, the title, Modifications to the Low-Income Housing Credit. state housing credit ceiling increase for low-income housing tax credit. It goes through a number of provisions and talks about the tax-exempt bond financing requirement for low-income housing and affordable housing and workforce housing. It goes on section by section by section, talks about the qualified obligation, and I'm happy to read all of this to you, Mr. Horsford, in detail. But again, it's your bill that you're a co-sponsor of, HR 2725, that actually 2/3 of the Ways and Means Committee members are a sponsor of it. And this is the #1 housing bill that housing authorities from Nevada to Illinois and across the country. And by the way, you asked what housing will be built. When we pass this in Illinois, we'll build 8,000 to 10,000 new housing units in the next 2 years here, and that's replicated across the country. So, listen, I'm glad we're working together. I'm glad you're a co-sponsor of my bill. I'm glad it's in this bill. It's going to do a tremendous job for this country in fulfilling the housing needs that we need, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. No. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliatakis. Miss Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell. Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Delbene. Miss Delbene, yes. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore. Miss Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta.
Yes.
Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez.
Aye.
Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Miss Plaskett.
Yes.
Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an
Chairman, I
amendment at the
reserve a
desk.
point of order.
Okay, a point of order has been reserved. Will the gentle lady suspend while the amendment's distributed? Proceed, Ms. Moore. Proceed, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've got an amendment that everyone will agree with. I mean, this provision it replaces the existing 199A deduction with a small business deduction of $25,000 on qualifying business income, phasing out business owners with over $200,000 in income for single filers and over $400,000 in income for joint filers. I just want to explain, Mr. Chairman, that this is one of the most expensive provisions of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. As you may recall, yesterday, when Mr. Bartold and I were discussing it, that this is a bill that to extend would cost us $818 billion. And we've heard a lot of discussion here today about how, this big, beautiful bill supports families and low-wage workers. We've heard from Mr. Schweikert, I'm glad he's back, that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act is very progressive. We heard that the 199 folk were job creators, and of course none of that is true. We have also heard that Mr. Smith, I believe, said that the distribution tables really confirmed the fact that that the tax distribution is fair, which even though we got them late to look at them, it doesn't appear that it supports that argument. I think that that this is really where the rubber meets the road. What is a small business? You heard the discussion that occurred between me and Mr. Bartold, that a small business, let's say a small business that makes $100,000 a year, adjusted AGI of $100,000. They only get $1,997 out of this big, beautiful bill. Someone making $200,000 in AGI only gets $6,500 in AGI. Now, Mr. Schweikert, you'll remember, you and Mr. Beyer, that when we were on the Joint Economic Committee, we actually had testimony about the 199 provision. And actually, this is not some amendment that I'm proposing, some, gotcha amendment. This is actually a bill, HR 3249, that I've put together called the Mom and Pop Tax Relief Act, because I found it so vexing that we were providing tax breaks to people in my own state, as a matter of fact, the E-lines, using the 199A deduction. They received a benefit of $11 million. $11 million, which is just egregious, versus someone who has a real small business, $100,000 of AGI would only get $1,997. And in fact, I have a letter here, Mr. Chairman, and I'm hoping that you're going to allow me to enter it into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, it's from the Small Business Tax Reform Coalition and the Small Business Majority, and they represent small businesses. I've got 2 pages with 2 columns of small businesses that say that this 199A provision does not represent small businesses. There's been a whole lot of talk here tonight that's Union Hall, but we're legislating like we're in the country club. This bill would provide $25,000 to small businesses with qualifying business income, and that we would be able to serve so many more small businesses. We had, okay, and then the other argument is that these are job creators. Well, you heard the discussion that I had with Mr. Bartold, and of all of the 20 million businesses that claimed this credit, 84% of them had no employees. And I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Chu?
I support this amendment very strongly because it actually would help small businesses. And I know about the scam of the 199 Cap A because I served on the House Small Business Committee for many years. And for so many years, Republicans crowed about how it was the measure that was helping small business, but it was totally untrue. And that's because the 199 Cap A pass-through deduction is not even targeted at small businesses. It's skewed towards the wealthy. It's truly shocking, but it's by design. A 20% deduction for a millionaire is worth a lot more than a 20% deduction for a small business owner earning $50,000 or even $100,000 per year. And in fact, I heard from witnesses before the Small Business Committee that many of the small businesses simply don't have the resources to navigate the complex rules and therefore don't claim the deduction at all. But you don't have to take my word for it. The Joint Committee on Taxation found that nearly half of the richest 10% of households claim the pass-through deduction, while fewer than 1 in 10 households in the bottom half of income claim it. Now, in 2022, the pass-through deduction for the wealthiest 10% of taxpayers was 3,000 times larger than for the taxpayers in the bottom 20%. And that's not an exaggeration. There's no incentive for hiring employees at all or passing that benefit along to lower wage workers. And here's the truth. In 2017, Republicans slashed the corporate tax rate by 40%, but did not want millionaires with pass-through entities to feel left out, so they created a 20% deduction for the ultra-wealthy and then told the public it was about fairness in small businesses. Well, I don't believe that people earning millions of dollars per year need a 20% tax cut when wage earners get no benefit, and the smallest businesses who truly need our support are left out. And Ms. Moore's amendment changes that. The smallest of businesses would get the deduction that they need in order to survive and thrive.
Can I have some time?
And
Can I have some time?
yes, I yield to Congressmember Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Chu, for time. I want to correct something that I said when I had my time. In my rush, I misspoke and said that Dick and Liz Eline actually had, I said they had an $11 million deduction. It was actually a $115 million deduction. The hour is late. You know, why aren't we talking about the provision that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Kelly talked about? It's something that I'd be interested in talking about. They're talking about a $20,000 deduction for small businesses. That is more in line with what we think of when we say we're going to do something to help small businesses, not $115 million for a corporation that has no employees whatsoever. And I really don't want to hear the argument that this is some sort of parity with C Corps. The only parity, the only thing that this offers parity to are the wealthiest, those in the highest tax bracket. Republicans say that they care about waste. Well, this is a big waste. You know, this $818 billion, I'd be happy to have that be a pay for extending the child tax credits so that we can take care of the poorest children and we can raise the GDP of our families. And with that, I would yield back to Ms. Chu.
And I yield back.
Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act delivered on creating an environment that benefited all Americans. It benefited through more money in their pockets, less taxes paid, but also benefited in creating an economy that generated more investment and more jobs. That again created more opportunity for all Americans. The 199A portion of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is one of the most important parts of that bill because of the impact on communities all across the country. We held roundtables specifically in the district I represent and other districts about the importance of the 199A deduction to small businesses. Now, these are Main Street businesses, not large corporations. They're American entrepreneurs. They're craftspeople. We talked to one individual who owned a hair salon. They're photographers. They're mechanics. These are small businesses that are the lifeblood of their communities. In fact, I would say the health of the community is dependent on the success of the Main Street businesses in those communities. And these business owners talked about how this deduction provided more opportunity for them, not only to invest in their businesses, but also in their employees and in their communities. So again, this is not large corporations. This is small businesses. There are 26 million of them all across the country, individuals building their dream, investing in their future, investing in their organizations. They're self-starters, and there are some that do not yet have employees. Again, they might be styling hair to fixing a truck, but this bill gives them a fair shot to compete with the C corporations and to grow. So why would you disqualify a business because they haven't hired someone yet? That would be punishing the smallest businesses just for the size that they are. So again, the 199A provision in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the reasons the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was so successful. In this bill today, we increased the benefit of the 199A by deducting up to 23% of the K-1 income as opposed to just 20%. So this is a really important provision. I would say one of the most important provisions of the bill that we're considering today. So I just rise in opposition to this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Smucker, will you yield just a second?
He's already yielded his time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yep.
Well, then I'll just have to get some more time.
Further discussion. Mr. Neal.
Ms. Moore, yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, for yielding. I just wanted to just sort of redirect Mr. Smucker to the comments that I made. I don't know if he didn't hear me. My hairdresser, I spend a lot of time at the hairdresser, and they don't get $115 million out of their $199. If they're making $100,000 a year, and that's a good hairdresser, they're getting $1,997. If it's a damn good hairdresser, they're with $200,000 a year, they're getting $6,500 a year. They're not getting $115 million. We have like I said, I just want to remind you of what I said. 84% of these folks have no employees whatsoever. And so I'm not punishing the hairdresser who's just she or he is the only person working. I'm talking about those corporations who are getting this benefit, people like folk in my state, Dick and Liz Eline, who are, of course, supporters of the Republican Party. They saved over $40 million in taxes and by claiming this 199A deduction. They saved income tax liability, and they got over $115 million. So I just wanted to remind people about what I said. I, like everyone else, I love small businesses. I want to do things to support them. And again, I'm very interested in the bill that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Kelly have, because I think that's more in line with how we help small businesses than this. You could drive a truck, a Mack truck through the loopholes in this 199A deduction. I do think it's you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. The 199A deduction is just that. And again, I have a bill, HR 3249, so I didn't just pull this out of my head somewhere so I could have a gotcha amendment. I have thought it through. I'm trying to find savings for you all. I know that you want to reduce the deficit, and here's a great opportunity to reduce the deficit by $818 billion. And I would yield back.
Mr. Buchanan.
Let me add, I've been in business for 30 years, or 40 years, I don't know, a long time. We all started out as corporations back then, even if you had 5 employees or 10 employees. And then it moved into a subchapter S. Then it moved into an LLC. Now, subchapter S and LLC are pass-through entities. Hundreds of thousands, I don't know where you got the data from, but I'd like to look at it, not say it's not right, but when you say 84% where they have a single employee, most people have 10, 15, 20 employees, but many of them have 50, 75, 100 employees. That makes up 90% of the business entities in your state, or I was chairman of the Chamber of Commerce for Florida. So I can just tell you, we had 137,000 businesses in our federation. Most of them were pass-through entities. So there might be 10,000, it might have been, a corporation. Now, that's number one. Number two.
Mr. Buchanan, just yield for 5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got the numbers from JCT. That's where I didn't make the numbers up. And I also got the number where 84% of the businesses had no employees. And so I got it from JCT. I didn't make them up. I yield back to you.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but anyway, in terms of, these businesses that operate, it's kind of late at night, but the bottom line is, I just, in my experience of what I've seen is that I'd say a lot of these businesses are 30 to 50 to 100 employees, and I'd say 95% of them are all pass-through entities, which are an LLC. So I'll yield back to you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Moore. Yes, you already accepted that to the record. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 26.
There being 19 yeses and 26 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Davis, will you suspend while the amendment is distributed? Mr. Davis, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Americans struggle with rising child care costs, plus higher costs from Mr. Trump's erratic tariffs and illegal slashing of federal spending, I offer an amendment to reimburse working parents up to $8,000 in child care costs. Almost half of all children live in families with low incomes, even though 2/3 of these families have at least one adult who works. The income from paid work is not enough to meet their basic needs. So my amendment helps these hard-working families afford the child care they need to work. My amendment is in stark contrast to this Republican bill that does not improve the child and dependent care tax credit and leaves the poorest children out of the child tax credit and gifts the wealthy trillions. For parents, child care is the work-related expense. As AEI scholar Alan Villard explained, the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, or the CDCT, was created in 1976 as a work incentive by offsetting work-related expenses for parents. The CDTC complements other work-related tax benefits like the use of one's car or home or teachers' expenses. But Congress has failed to update this essential credit for working parents with its current rates last set at the turn of the century in 2001. Indeed, the current CDTC fails working families. Very few families receive meaningful benefit from the credit due to the extremely low phase-out level of $15,000, the very low expense limits, and the non-refundable nature. The Tax Policy Center estimates that only 13% of families with children claim the CDTC in 2022. In 2021, Democrats successfully enhance both the CDCTC and the child tax credit because both credits are essential to support parents' ability to provide for their families. So while 100% of the CDTC reimburses parents for actual child care costs to work, parents mostly use the child tax credit to defray other significant costs of caring for a child, such as food, rent, and clothing. Families need both tax credits. My amendment would restore the 2021 CDTC modernization to give working parents up to $8,000 back in their pockets for child care costs. And we all know that $8,000 is much better than the current $600 or $1,200 that families get now. My amendment would also make the maximum credit available to most working families with incomes up to $125,000, much higher than the current level of $15,000. The National Conference of State Legislators sent letters to our offices requesting the key elements of this amendment, including full refundability and increased credit. Child care places a major financial burden on Americans' families. The cost of care can range from $5,357 to just over $17,000 a year. Democrats know that families need both an enhanced child tax credit that helps all families pay for the added food, shelter, and basic necessities for a child as well, up to $8,000 in a child care tax credit to meet the needs of working families. As I close, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to add the NCSL letter into the record, and I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate, similar to the gentlewoman from Washington, his amendment earlier related to the child tax credit. Appreciate the gentleman from Illinois' attention to this matter as well. I wanted to take this opportunity just to highlight some of the things that we're doing in this bill as it relates to a piece of legislation that I had introduced earlier this year, again called the Family First Act, and how we're focusing in this piece of legislation on providing maximum benefit, not only to families with children, but also to the children themselves. In my Family First Act, we looked at a broad range of opportunities to enhance the child tax credit. And the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, I'll call it the CDCTC for short, was something that as we dug into it, I think one of the big concerns that we see is that when we overly sort of pigeonhole or maybe even earmark how the money has to be spent, we're just not seeing, what you see happen as a bit of a negative externality is the prices oftentimes increase. I think you see this in a lot of areas. The more money that you provide for a certain specific reason, oftentimes there's an increased cost to it, of that particular service. And I think this is what happens with this type of, this is a significant increase, and this would be a very high score. Mr. Barthold, we're late in the evening, early in the morning. I'm not gonna make you run any numbers right now. But this is a significant score that would be a big deficit increase. But just to highlight, like we've looked really closely at this. We wanna give maximum flexibility to families. And so by enhancing the child tax credit and not telling them and not telling a family how they have to use that money actually gives them market, it kind of helps the market be able to shape where the needs are best. And if they're forced to use it in a certain way, they may not need it for that particular reason, and it may not actually benefit their family. So again, in the spirit of providing maximum flexibility to families, I support that effort, but we want to make it so we're not pigeonholing how they have to use the money. But in addition to that, when we talk about investing actually in the child, something new and innovative that we're putting in this bill It's something that's been talked about strongly in a bipartisan approach, and for many years. I've heard about it several times. We're finally getting a chance to do it in the money accounts for growth and advancement, the MAGA accounts that are going to go as a direct resource to newborn babies over the next several years, for them to be able to have an account that will grow with them over time, and similar to a 529, but the use of it can be a little bit differently, and it will be something that can benefit them even further into their adult years. This is a unique approach that we think is a better way to be able to support that individual. Again, not exactly targeting the CDCTC in Mr. Davis's amendment, but the ways that we're going about in this particular piece of legislation that's in front of us today is real investment that can be unique and actually grow how we're going to support younger families and individual children. And with that, Chairman, I just wanted an opportunity to highlight some of the unique things that we're doing here, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Child Independent Care Tax Credit is the only tax credit that directly helps working parents offset the cost of childcare. Parents need both the Child Independent Care Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit to help afford the cost of parenting in this country. When this committee temporarily updated the CDCTC in 2021, it nearly quadrupled that credit for working families. Mr. Davis's amendment would bring the Child Independent Care Tax Credit back to those 2021 levels. That means up to $8,000 in the pockets of working parents, specifically to afford childcare. The cost of childcare has risen so much in this country that $8,000 won't even cover a year of childcare for one child in most states. In fact, the average price for an infant in a child care center in California is a whopping $20,000 a year. In many states, it costs more to send a child to child care than it does to actually send that child to college. And yet our Republican colleagues have not included an update to this tax credit in their so-called big, beautiful bill. They will tell you time and time again that they are on the side of families, but they aren't. Mr. Davis and my Democratic colleagues are. I introduced this bill along with Mr. Davis and Ms. Delbene to give working families a hand up in their biggest work-related expense. While we're working to protect childcare and put money back into the pockets of American families, Republicans are here today to cut economic assistance in order to pay for tax breaks, again, for the wealthiest Americans. When parents don't have childcare, they cut down their hours or they turn jobs down. This amendment would give parents the freedom to go to work knowing that their children are cared for. Childcare is a win-win. It's good for businesses and families alike, and that should just be common sense. I hope my colleagues will vote with their conscience and with the families they represent and vote yes on this amendment. It doesn't do families any good to not update the assistance that they need for childcare and claim that you're helping them when in reality the measly help that you're giving them is not even going to cover the cost of childcare for a year. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Delbene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, which would lower the cost of childcare for families. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Davis and Sanchez, for their leadership on this effort. The amendment would permanently expand the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, the CDCTC, and raise the maximum credit to $4,000 for one child and to $8,000 for 2 or more children. In my home state of Washington, the average cost of childcare is nearly $16,000 a year. To put that in perspective, that's more than in-state tuition at the University of Washington for an entire year. Every day, working parents have to make tough decisions to make ends meet, and things are only getting more difficult as costs continue to rise. But they're not the only ones paying the price. In Washington, the lack of affordable infant and toddler childcare results in $3.5 billion of lost productivity, wages, and revenue a year. In the chairman's state of Missouri, they are losing $1.9 billion a year, and nationwide, we lose $122 billion annually. Republicans claim to be a pro-family party, and this amendment is an opportunity to vote like you are. Families across America are counting on us to make life more affordable for them, and this amendment will help address one of the biggest costs of raising kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I enthusiastically support Mr. Davis's amendment. And I want to associate myself with all of the comments of the Democrats on this side that have spoken in favor of the child and dependent care tax credit, as well as expanding the child tax credit. I really appreciate Mr. Moore's concern about increasing the amount of the cost of services because we're providing subsidies. I appreciate his observation of that, but you know, families don't have any choice but to purchase child care. And often, at least in low-wage communities, low-income communities, the only way that they can get any child care is by exploiting some other woman. You know, getting their mother who's going to dialysis 3 days a week to babysit for them. You know, putting their kids in very vulnerable situations because they can't afford it. As a member of the Joint Economic Committee, and I know Mr. Schweikert and Mr. Beyer can recall testimony where women say that they're not having as many children as they want because they can't afford child care. We are having a problem in this country with our future workforce because we don't have an adequate replacement rate. And of course, we've heard our president say that he wants to pay women to have children. And I think that $5,000 would not go very far because we know the cost of child care is very expensive. I just did a little back of the envelope calculations here on Mr. Davis's $8,000 proposal. And you know, you take some woman who's somebody's administrative assistant somewhere and she's making $50,000 a year. But if she had to pay that $8,000, or my calculation came up with $8,500 with 17% of her wages going to child care, that would reduce her adjusted gross income to only $41,500. Women cannot afford to pay, 17, 18% of their income for child care. We complain about the lack of workforce participation, particularly among low-income women, penalizing them, not providing them with benefits because they don't go to work. But when you think about the struggles and the expense of child care, we realize that women, no matter what their income, are not going to leave their children alone just to meet some work requirement. Many women find themselves, and I know one case in particular that inspired some legislation that I sponsored the other day, where a woman, was trying to go to work and meet her work requirements and left her 5-year-old at home at night. She worked third shift. Instructions: don't answer the door, make yourself a sandwich. And this worked out just fine. And finally, when the woman got busted leaving her 5-year-old child at home so she could go to work, the child found herself in an out-of-home placement for over a year, and it caused a lot of psychological damage to that child, all because the woman didn't have child care. So I just don't want to hear too many more complaints about women not working, women not having kids, about the replacement rate being low, when we won't support women in the one area that they say is causing them to not have as many children as they want. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue of how expensive childcare is something that is hurting so many families throughout the country. I'm a dad of a toddler who's 2.5, and I can tell you that we pay about $2,100 a month. And I'm fortunate because I have a good job that helps me pay that. But that cost of paying for childcare has only increased. So when you add that fact that the average American family is paying 26% of their income towards childcare, plus the average family is paying 30% of their income towards housing, then it's almost two things are taking up almost 60% of a family's income, 60%. And these figures are based on pre-tax numbers. So if you take it as a percentage of their net, it's probably even higher. So what's going on right now is that it's not only hurting these families. Economists have said that the cost of these two items are literally pulling down the growth of our GDP itself, the growth of our economy itself. That's that is something that is astonishing. So if we want to help our economy grow, we help families deal with these two issues. This amendment will do that when it comes to helping make childcare a little bit more affordable, allows parents to be able to afford it. But here's the thing, this doesn't apply to all taxpayers. The credit is non-refundable, meaning that low-income families can't take advantage of the credit. And the amendment before us would put more money in the pockets of families by more than tripling the maximum credit most families could receive, from $1,050 to $4,000 per child and up to $8,000 for 2 or more children. Furthermore, this amendment would make the credit refundable to ensure those with the greatest need benefit. So this is an amendment that it will impact so many people. I know this is not just a blue-collar issue. I know I've been talking to IBEW. I've been talking to people who are in the building trades, and they can't get to their work sites to help rebuild our country because they don't have anywhere to drop off their child. And then that's if they can afford it. And then they also struggle. So parents have to make that decision. They're making a calculus. Is it more beneficial economically and financially for our family if somebody stays home, whoever makes the least of that two-income family household? Is it more beneficial because it's cheaper to stay at home, So we know that people are struggling. And here's the thing, who does it disproportionately impact? For a variety of reasons, women make less money on doing the same job in this country. So what ends up happening, they leave the workforce. That means that they're not paying into a 401k, they're not paying into retirement, they're not paying into Social Security. And if something happens, if those parents separate, then the woman is worse off. And as all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand, that when you're saving for retirement, you want to be paying in every single year as long as possible before you ever retire. Because that's how you build the compound interest, that's how you build up a little bit of wealth. So this amendment is going to help working people. So I'm asking you all to support this amendment. And if you can't, then work with us on finding a solution to the child care crisis in our country. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Thompson. Ms. Chu, sorry.
I urge support for this very important amendment, which will give much needed financial support to working families with children. Most families with young children have all available parents in the workforce, meaning childcare is so essential. But right now, the country's experiencing a childcare crisis. Right now, the average cost of full-time childcare for just one child can exceed $19,000 per year. And in Los Angeles, now, people are spending more money on childcare than even on housing. Most families can't afford these high costs, but this bill does nothing for them. Consider Jessica from my home state of California, who says that she and her husband have 3 kids. They both have good paying jobs, yet childcare costs for their 2-year-old keeps them living paycheck to paycheck. And buying a house is not even a financial possibility. Childcare prevents them from getting ahead. Democrats are thinking of families like Jessica's when we use the American Rescue Plan to strengthen and expand the child independent care tax credit. We gave working families up to $300 per month to offset the cost of child care and made it refundable. But while corporations get another tax cut in this bill, families like Jessica's will be left behind. And it's incredibly ironic coming from a party that claims to be so pro-family and appears so concerned with incentivizing Americans to have more children. If Republican colleagues really were pro-family, they'd use the majority now to enact policy solutions that would actually support families and children, and that includes making child care more affordable. And that's why I strongly support this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of those who have spoken favorably towards this proposal, and especially Mr. Moore. Mr. Chairman, I understand that there might be an appetite that we might be able to increase the CTC to $10,000.
Is that a question for me or Mr. Moore?
No, well, actually, you're the chairman now. But you're the chairman.
Well, happy to entertain that, Mr. Davis.
Yep. I think that would be a great way to end this discussion and then take a vote.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek time? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Davis. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Chairman Smith? No. Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Ms. Plaskett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady, if you'll suspend for a moment while we pass out the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Plaskett, you can proceed, please, with your amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this amendment would provide an increased rum cover-over rate of $13.25 retroactively until 2032 for the Virgin Islands of the United States and Puerto Rico. This bill is about rum, but this amendment is really not just about rum. It's about a great producer of revenue for the people of the Virgin Islands. The rum cover-over is the amount of money that is transferred to the Virgin Islands of the United States and Puerto Rico from the rebate of federal excise taxes on distilled spirits produced in or imported into the rest of the United States from those two U.S. territories, and serves as one of the primary funding sources to promote economic development and create jobs in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. The cover-over has been a fundamental part of the tax relationship between the United States and its territories going back over a century. These funds, which represent nearly 25% of the Virgin Islands government's annual budget, are critical for stabilizing the government employees' pension program, supporting infrastructure projects, and attracting investments to diversifying the economy beyond tourism. I'm thankful to my colleagues, Congressman Ron Estes of Kansas, for co-leading the legislation in the 119th Congress to support the Virgin Islands economy and our constituents. Presently, under current law, excise tax collections on imported rum are transferred to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands of the rate of $13.25 per proof gallon. $10.50 per proof gallon is in permanent law, and the remaining $2.75 per proof gallon requires periodic reauthorization of Congress. This legislation would amend Section 7652 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, making $13.25 per proof gallon the amount covered over by law until 1032, enhancing long-term sustainable economic growth in the 2 U.S. territories. Now, this seems like a light thing for a lot of us, and we have had instances in the past over many, many years where the rum cover-overs was extended over and over and over again. You'll see from the chart that I have here that this has happened periodically over and over again. From 1999, extended in 2001. 2001, it was temporary, extended to 2003. 2005, 2007, 2009, 2011. Unfortunately, what has happened is that the extension has expired for a couple of years now, and we have not been able to recoup this money. Now, I know that the chairman, Mr. Smith, Mr. Estes, and others have agreed to work with us because the economy, 25% of our revenues are dependent on that 1325, particularly because in order to stabilize our retirement system, the government of the Virgin Islands used the 1325 to securitize funding to be able to keep the employment system, the retirement system for our government employees moving. And so I'm asking that my colleagues continue to work with us to ensure that this money can be recouped by both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands so that our economies can continue to move forward and we can gain that financial independence that we so desperately are looking forward to. I yield back at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. Does anybody seek recognition? Mr. Estes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this amendment being brought forth by Ms. Plaskett. We are working together on this. This is obviously something that has a big impact on both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. And as mentioned earlier, obviously it has a good support for the pension system in Virgin Islands and used in Puerto Rico for operating costs as well as conservation program within the island there. One of the things I think that's been problematic with this process and why we want to make sure that this gets renewed for the reimbursement is just the variable nature of it and how it's difficult to plan and move forward on this. So I know we didn't get this wording into the bill as we pulled together the one big beautiful bill just because there were so many provisions to pull through that, but I think this is an ideal scenario where we can work together and have a bipartisan solution. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Congresswoman Plaskett's amendment, and I want to thank her for bringing forward this important amendment. I know how vital the rum carryover program is to her constituents as well as to the people of Puerto Rico. At its core, this amendment is about providing stability and certainty, two things that every jurisdiction we represent need for long-term planning and growth. The uncertainty surrounding the current rum carryover rate has made it difficult for both Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands to confidently budget and invest in their communities. The rum carryover has been part of the U.S. tax system for over a century, helping Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands make critical investments in infrastructure, education, and public services. In the Virgin Islands, it accounts for about 1/3 of the general revenue. Without that stability, the territories face financial strain. The temporary nature of the current rate leads to unpredictable funding, which affects not only the day-to-day operations, but also the territory's bond payments and retirement systems. By locking in the $13.25 rate until 2032, the amendment would provide much-needed financial certainty, enabling better budgeting, planning, and long-term growth for both territories. This change is essential for the continued development and economic health of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd like to also briefly mention another proposal missing from the Republicans' bill, the Supply Chain Security and Growth Act, which was brought to my attention by my colleague, Resident Commissioner Hernandez. It would help reshore critical manufacturing and supply chains in Puerto Rico and the smaller island territories. I urge my colleagues to help our territories get the certainty and the ability to plan for their future. So I urge them to support Congresswoman Plaskett's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Sanchez yields back. I'll recognize Ms. I was going to go to Ms. Maliotakis first.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate Ms. Plaskett as well bringing this amendment. I think it is something that we do need to work together to resolve. I visited Puerto Rico, was visiting some of the distilleries there, and this is so critical for their economy. The rum industry is so incredibly important to the economy in Puerto Rico, and we need to do what we can as a body to make sure that they have this income, which is used not just for stability in the government, but for their ecosystems and so many other things. And this is one way that we can help Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and I think we need to work together in a bipartisan fashion to make sure that this gets done by the end of the year. And I thank you for putting this issue forward, and I join my colleagues who have spoken in favor of supporting a solution here, and I look forward to working together with the committee members to get this done.
Thank you, Ms. Maliotakis. Now recognize Ms. Moore of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I did not know about this problem in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and I appreciate the fact that, Ms. Plaskett, you seem to have bipartisan support with regard to increasing the rum cover over rate. But I think that had you brought us some samples of this, we might have been more inclined to pass this morning. I yield back. So I yield the rest of my time to Ms. Plaskett, but I was just wondering.
Well, you know, Ms. Moore, yesterday, it's officially now yesterday was my birthday. And in my office, I not only had food, but you can be assured that at any day, given day, that the product of my home, rum, will be available to any and all members of the Ways and Means Committee, how and should they need it. Whether that's dark, white, flavored, however you want it, rum and Coke, it's available. But on a serious note, I really am, if you understand that, you know, the territories are in a very different position because we rely on Congress to determine so much of what we do. We don't have the independence that the states have. And Congress decides so much of our very existence. And this is just one other example of that, where our economy, which, you know, we have moved rum to be something that is a benefit to us. My ancestors 4 or 5 generations ago, rum and the creation of sugar was the thing that was the oppressor of them. So we have moved this to be something that benefits us as a people, benefits our economy, but we rely on Congress to do the right thing, to give us the amount so that we can stabilize our government at that additional rate. And so, Mr. Chair, as you can see, we have bipartisan support in this. I'm grateful and thankful to my colleague from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, who I know has a large number of Puerto Rican constituents, as well as people from other Caribbean islands. And of course, my colleague, Mr. Estes, thank you so much for being the champion of this in this Congress. I know our former colleague Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Gonzalez-Colon, who's now the governor of Puerto Rico. I hope she's not watching at this very moment and that she's getting some rest. but this is something that we are all really very keen on and looking forward to. And so I'm asking if the chair would commit to working with us to ensure that there can be some work done on this matter so that our governments of both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico can continue to have certainty in how we work on ensuring that our economies move forward and are not as dependent on the federal government as we would propose we are right now. We want to be independent and mature, and that requires us to have the full funding that we need to be able to stabilize our economy, and I'm asking for your support as we continue to work on this. May I have that support?
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. We look forward to working with you in a collaborative way.
And with that acknowledgement and from the chair, understanding that, as well as the bipartisan support of my colleagues, at this time I withdraw the amendment. Not the rum, just the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
If you'll pause for a second, we'll distribute that. You may proceed, Mr. Evans.
I ask that you consider my amendment, which would restrict the undue special treatment of millionaires. My amendment would make sure that millionaires face the same paperwork requirements that Republicans are forcing onto poor Americans. Specifically, in order for the rich to receive Republican tax giveaways, they must provide monthly address verifications, complete eligibility checks every 6 months, and provide that they are working 8 hours a month. Republicans want paperwork requirements, not workers' requirements. Most people who are already working multiple jobs will struggle to navigate Republican red tape and won't see the benefits they earned. One paperwork earned could save one unsure for a lifetime. Let's put the same requirement on paper cuts for the rich. It is only fair. So I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans yields back. Anybody else seek? Ms. Moore, you're recognized.
Mr. Evans, your amendment is spot on. You know, we have verification for, $200, $500 benefits for people who are poor, and yet these people who benefit from the 199A, we don't know what they're doing. I mean, they could be rock stars or something that, have one show every 3 months and claim the benefit and do nothing for 3 months, but lay on the beach and drink rum and Coke. And so I do think that it's spot on to create some parity between people who work hard and have to report and prove that they're working, and those people that we give gargantuan amounts of money to, how much work do we think Dick and Liz Eline are doing to get $115 million? I want to know how much work they're putting in for that $115 million and what value they're creating. This is, we require this kind of accountability from welfare recipients, and indeed, I think that many of the 199A recipients are in fact welfare recipients, and so I would yield back.
Ms. Moore yields back. Recognize Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just mention again, 199A is one of the most pro-growth provisions in this bill that we're considering today. It's important to every small business that is a pass-through. You know, we don't have work requirements for the corporate rate. We don't need work requirements here. These are individuals who are running business, who are working very, very hard. So this is an important bill that, as I mentioned earlier, or provision that I mentioned earlier, allows businesses to reinvest more into wages for their employees, reinvest in equipment, expansion, and reinvest in their communities. So I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker. Recognize Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the Evans Amendment in increasing the reporting requirements for those 199A recipients. These are citizens who are making over $10 million, and the reality is, I think that the tax code is not fair when it comes to these reporting requirements. I represent, in my district, in the Alabama 7th Congressional District, folks who are making literally $25,000 are 32% of them get audited for EITC. And you know why? Because it's easy to audit someone whose income is $25,000. It's the $10 million folks that actually get away with murder because it's probably very complicated and whatever. So I think in the interest of parity and fairness, I think that Mr. Evans is spot on in increasing the reporting requirements. Why not? I mean, I'm sure that this is something that it won't be onerous for these 199A recipients because they probably have a team of lawyers and auditors all on staff that will probably do the work. So at the end of the day, I think that we should try to make our tax code a little bit more fair. So I do support this and ask that my colleagues do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Anybody else seek recognition? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Evans. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer.
Yes.
Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order. Ms. Chu, you're recognized for your amendment. If you'll allow us a minute to pass out here, please. You can proceed, Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, my amendment would strike 3 sections from this bill designed to rip health care away from the very people who need it most. These are the sections that use red tape to sabotage the Affordable Care Act. First, let's call this bill what it is, a deliberate attempt to gut the Affordable Care Act. This bill attacks one of the most basic protections of the ACA, automatic re-enrollment. For years, that provision has kept working families covered even if they missed a deadline or had trouble navigating complex paperwork. But now, Republicans want to kill it. Under this bill, every family would have to manually verify their income every year or lose access to their advanced premium tax credits. If they can't perfectly predict their income 12 months in advance, they'd be forced to pay the full premium out of pocket with no assistance. That isn't how any other health coverage works. Employer plans, Medicare, Medicaid, none of them force you to reapply every single year under threat of losing your care. This disastrous bill also guts the special enrollment period for people under 150% of the poverty line. And that means that people making roughly $23,000 per year or less will no longer have the chance to enroll in an ACA plan year-round. This deliberately shuts out workers who face unstable hours, part-time jobs, or are only offered junk employer coverage. And if that wasn't cruel enough, the bill also removes the cap on how much the federal government can claw back from people who underestimate their income. Think about that. Gig workers, Uber drivers, freelancers, small business owners, and hourly workers often have no idea how much they'll earn in a year. They do their best to estimate the accurate amount, but under this bill, if they misjudge their income even slightly, the government will claw back every single dollar of their advanced premium tax credit. This provision alone will impose a $19 billion increase on consumers, and it will bankrupt people who did nothing wrong. And what's it for? Not to lower costs, not to improve care. It's to push 13.7 million people off health care to free up trillions for Republican tax giveaways to billionaires. In my district, that includes people like Stephanie from Rancho Cucamonga. At 64 years old, she lost her job and now relies on the ACA for coverage until she transitions to Medicare. She told me if subsidies are cut, she'll have no choice but to go uninsured because premiums would exceed her entire monthly budget. The last thing she needs is a new set of administrative traps designed to take her coverage away. So I asked my Republican colleagues, how many of your constituents are you prepared to push off their health insurance just to give one more tax break to billionaires? If the answer is none, I encourage you to vote yes on my amendment. Otherwise, to my constituents and Americans watching this debate, when you see your premiums go up or you misestimate your income a year in advance and lose your coverage, you'll know that this is because this bill puts billionaires first and working families last. I yield back.
Ms. Chu yields back. Anybody else seek time? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Moore. You're recognized.
I'll be very brief. Ms. Chu, this is an extremely important amendment because peppered throughout this bill, we have seen our colleagues, and I'm trying to think of the word for it, something, where they, almost like actuarial tables applied to people's failure and human foibles, people forgetting their appointments or forgetting to open their mail, things that are really common among sick people or disabled people, and monetize, scoring that failure for savings for your bill. It is really, really nefarious, I think. And all peppered throughout this bill, we see this is a major strategy, and next door over in the Energy Commerce Committee, they're doing it over there too. If you're late for an appointment or you miss an appointment, you lose your Medicaid. Here you lose, under our jurisdiction, the ACA. And to actually sort of rely on this for savings, to score it. And I've experienced this in my own lifetime. I remember I ended up starting the Community Development Credit Union because I had a washer and dryer that I needed desperately. I had 3 kids from a finance company, usury rates. And when I was like maybe a month or 2 from paying it off and was late for a payment, my kids let them in the house and they repossessed my washer and dryer. Where they had calculated, they had scored their belief that somehow, and they were right, that I would fail, that I would be late, and that they were able to take my washer and dryer and then give it to some other poor mother. And so that motivated me. So I don't know what the word is, but I appreciate, Ms. Chu, your offering this and really shining a light on how cynical and nefarious we have become, so that human foibles become our way to claw back money, as opposed to making people who are billionaires pay their fair share. And I just want to thank you for offering this amendment, and I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I want to try to get my head around this. Just the basic concept of program integrity. We have someone commits, basically, I don't tell the truth about my income, so I get my subsidy, that society shouldn't want the excess monies that were provided because you didn't tell the truth. So we want an amendment that basically says it's okay to commit fraud and it's wrong for society to ask back the dollars that were fraudulently taken. This is how you end up getting the public actually despising these programs that you say help, because you create the cascade of incentive. It's okay to cheat. And I know that's not what you mean here. If the goal is saying, look, if someone, within the margin of error or these sorts of things, but we know we have a problem of systematic saying, my income's here, wink, wink, nod, nod, and it's not, and getting excess subsidies and the ability to recapture them. So, look, it's not to be cruel. It's actually, if you want programs to continue, we can't basically tell everyone, hey, but it's okay if we have lots of fraud. So if there's a better mechanism, be happy to take it. Do you want me to yield or, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. Just following your same train of thought, what's the difference between that and a big corporation or billionaire evading taxes?
But both of them require it when they're evading taxes. They actually are subject to criminal penalties.
No, because you've underfunded the agency whose job it is to provide oversight.
Okay, but no, you're doing.
No, I'm asking. Quite frankly,
that's just a level
of
conflating things. If you have a mechanism to, like, I'm a huge fan, as you know, of using technology at the IRS because it's much more effective than people. We've already seen that. So, look, I want to. If you cheat, you should get caught. Whether you be a big corporation or individuals, as we've had talk for years, I want to come up with a cleaner, better way on earned income tax credits. So there's not the 2-month delay, just use technology. If someone's earned it, get them their money and get rid of that 2-month delay. And we've even had troubles on that of just doing the data match and saying, let's just get rid of, let's get the speed to work. There's a way to do this, but we can't look like we're incentivizing bad acts. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert yields back. Ms. Delbeni.
I yield my time to Ms. Chu.
I just have to answer this. You are accusing gig workers, Uber drivers, freelancers, small business owners, hourly workers, all of committing fraud. And you think if they're deliberately doing that. And how about this? Does an Uber driver know how many shifts that they will necessarily be taking? Now, I also have to express a thing that happens in my district, because I'm in a district with a lot of creative workers. They're in the music, television, and film industry, and they don't know if they will or will not get a job. And maybe they predict at the beginning of the year that they're going to have so much in income, but then they ultimately may not get a job, or they may get a big job in some production. They cannot know exactly how much they will make in that year. And what this would do is punish them for that and will force them to give back every single dollar of their advance premium tax credit, and will bankrupt people who did nothing wrong. And it's so cynical that it imposes, basically, this is how you're making money. This is how you are giving money to the billionaires, by imposing a $19 billion tax increase on these consumers. You're making $19 billion off of this. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Mr. Schweikert.
Okay, fascinating. So you now admit that you gave the number, there's $19 billion, so you now admit there is a scale of bad acts. That's actually very large. Having Scottsdale, I also, believe it or not, have a very creative population too. The number of Hollywood that actually live in my community, because it's much more tax effective. The fact of the matter is, if you've been overpaid, you're making an argument you shouldn't have to pay it back. Does anyone else just see the absurdity here? So, look, we can go back and forth on this. We obviously just see the world differently, that if you take something you shouldn't, maybe you should have to give it back. And with that, back to Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly yields. Any other member seeking recognition? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood?
No.
Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington.
He was taking a nap.
Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19. The nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
of amendment at the desk.
Ms. Sanchez?
Of an amendment at the desk.
There's been a point of order reserved. Would you suspend while we distribute the amendment?
Surely. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This tax bill is a desperate attempt from Republicans to kowtow to corporations while they turn their backs on millions of hardworking Americans. Prices on everyday goods are rising. Retirees are watching their savings evaporate as markets swing wildly. Farmers are losing access to key export markets. And many small businesses are on the verge of closing their doors forever. And jobs are being lost. It's time to put an end to the economic damage. A tax bill that creates massive deficits and gives handouts to billionaires will not do that. We must use this opportunity to restore stability in our trade and economic policy before the damage is too far to reverse. That's why I'm offering an amendment to renew trade adjustment assistance and modernize the program. including by streamlining the eligibility criteria for farmers, workers, and businesses. This language comes from the Competes Act, which Congress passed on a bipartisan basis in 2022. Under my amendment, displaced workers would be eligible to apply for trade adjustment assistance through 2031. My amendment would also ensure port workers and workers in the trucking industry will be eligible to apply for TAA if they only lost their jobs due to tariffs imposed by President Trump since January 20th of this year. Since its inception, TAA has helped millions of trade-displaced workers attain the necessary skills, credentials, resources, and support they need in order to return to work. At least 192,000 workers have pending TAA petitions with the Department of Labor. That includes 17,240 new applicants since President Trump took office in March, a nearly 10% increase in less than 2 months. Despite the fact this data was updated monthly, no new data has been available since March 3rd. Just after Trump began to wreak havoc on our economy with the Canada and Mexico tariffs and the April 2nd global tariffs. Wow, I wonder why. Could it be that the Trump administration is scared of Americans finding out the real cost of his chaotic trade policies? Not only are prices going up, but Americans working in trade-related industries literally have their jobs on the line, including the thousands of port workers from Los Angeles and Long Beach that live in my district. Every one container that arrives in the port supports 4 jobs in the Los Angeles economy. Yet imports at the Port of Los Angeles are currently down by 35% from the same time last year. If this trend continues, empty shelves and layoffs will follow. We also cannot forget the truck drivers who help transport essential goods across the country. These truck drivers will lose from declining freight volumes and higher operational costs. We cannot abandon our workers. They need relief now. Over 8,000 workers with pending TAA applications are in my Republican Ways and Means colleagues' district. Chairman Smith currently has 1,272 workers with pending TAA applications. Representative Adrian Smith, 295 workers in his district. Representative Mike Kelly, 60 workers. Representative Schweikert, 250 workers. Representative LaHood, 1,097 workers. Representative Estes, 528 workers. Representative Miller, 35 workers. Representative Murphy, 120 workers. Representative Van Dyne, 1,382 workers. Rep. Feenstra, 197 workers. Rep. Carey, 387 workers. Rep. Miller, 125 workers. And Rep. Yacom, 2,442 workers, all with pending trade adjustment assistance claims. They cannot afford to be left in limbo any longer, waiting for Congress to renew trade adjustment assistance. I call on my Republican colleagues to support my amendment to renew TAA and offer some relief to their constituents who have unfairly lost their jobs due to this administration's stupid and irresponsible trade policies. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to note that given the job market right now, with employers underwriting the costs of training their employees, that's pro-worker, it's pro-taxpayer, and certainly eliminates the need for what used to be a bipartisan program, but I think a lot of reasonable folks would describe it as overly partisan now, and, as I pointed out, largely unnecessary. When you look at the tax bill and how pro-worker that is, when you go back to the negotiation of USMCA, a Trump priority during a Pelosi speakership that got done, if that can get done, pretty much anything could be done, I would think, around here, if we lean into what our objectives are. It's enlightening, I guess, when during his first term, President Trump proposes tariffs, and certainly the anti-Trump crowd opposed those. And then once the anti-Trump crowd had control to get rid of those tariffs, they did nothing about those. In fact, we saw 4 years of absence on the world stage as it relates to a trade agenda. And I think the world was watching, certainly, and the world expected more out of us and for us to be more aggressive in advocating for ourselves on the world stage as it relates to commerce and international trade. So certainly we have a more aggressive negotiator now in the White House who's moving forward, I think, in a pro-worker way. And that's why I think that ultimately TAA, certainly as it's been fashioned in the past, is no longer necessary because employers are actually picking up the tab and more efficiently training their employees. That is pro-worker, pro-employee, and pro-taxpayer. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Chu.
I strongly support this amendment, which would extend protections for workers who are completely left behind by this bill. That's because this legislation does nothing to shield consumers or workers from the devastation unleashed by President Trump's senseless trade war. He's unilaterally imposed tariffs on nearly every product or material imported into the U.S. from almost every single country in the entire world. Fortunately, he caved yesterday and paused the 145% tariffs on China for 90 days, but there's no reason to believe that any of these postponed tariffs will not come back into force soon. And that's why the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, which represents dock workers at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach nearby district, called these tariffs a direct attack on the working class. Their jobs are under threat as cargo stops moving through the ports. And because Republicans have refused to work with Democrats to reauthorize the trade adjustment assistance to help workers who lose their jobs due to trade-related impacts, they will be left behind if their jobs are lost. This amendment is a small step that Republicans can take towards addressing the havoc wreaked by the Trump trade war. If they were serious about helping American workers and families, they would join Democrats' legislation to cancel the Trump tariffs, helping thousands of small businesses stay open and keep their employees on the payroll and ensure that families don't face any further tariff costs this year. President Trump has turned the global economy upside down through this trade war. Dock workers will be amongst the first to feel the worst impacts, but they certainly will not be the last. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to support the amendment by Representative Sanchez. And as a co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus, I strongly endorse the reauthorization of the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program. I'm actually a little shocked to hear my Republican colleagues on the other side abandon our constituents who have relied on this program through Republican and Democratic majorities. The Trade Adjustment Assistance Program provides support and job retraining for workers who lost their job due to trade, including due to other countries' unfair trade practices, and it helps them get back on their feet. And we know that the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program works. According to a study by the U.S. Census Bureau, TAA recipients earn an average of $50,000 more in income over a 10-year period compared to workers who did not participate in the program. But workers can't access this program because, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues refuse to reauthorize it. There are currently over 190,000 workers across the country who have submitted TAA petitions to the Department of Labor, but they're not receiving the assistance they're entitled to because Republicans refuse to reauthorize this important program. Let me say that again. There are over 190,000 workers who lost their job due to no fault of their own because of other countries undermining American businesses and can't receive the support those workers deserve. This administration claims to want to provide a level playing field for American workers. Well, we have a program that specifically exists to support workers who are negatively impacted by trade. Yet, congressional Republicans are cutting Medicaid and extending tax cuts for the rich. Meanwhile, the TAA is a program that has been championed by Democrats and that Republicans refuse to reauthorize. Sadly, they are showing the American people exactly what their priorities are. Tax cuts for billionaires, permanent tax cuts, and no help for workers who've been displaced due to no fault of their own. I commend my colleague, the ranking member of the Trade Subcommittee, Representative Sanchez. This is a common sense amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support. I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend Ms. Sanchez as well. The merit of this argument is clear. Part of the frustration that the American family has felt over the last 30 years has been because of dislocations in the workforce. Much more complicated than just unfair trade practices, relates to issues of technology, skill set, you name it, geography. But there's also, I think, some responsibility that Congress had along the way to have done a better job of updating, upgrading, and monitoring the Trade Adjustment Assistance Act. It's an ideal opportunity, I think, for the community college system in America to become immersed and then involved in, if not to administer. And I think this is a really good amendment, and if done properly, this would really be of great assistance to the American people. I would yield. Yes.
I just want to make one last point. Trade adjustment assistance is to help workers that have been displaced, and the crux of it is to provide them with skill training so they can move perhaps into other industries when those industries they've been working in have died out in their area. And to just make the blanket assertion that all employers are providing training to workers is patently false. It's not true. Not all companies are willing to invest and train up their workers. And that's certainly true in areas where there are few employers and where whole industries may shutter because of unfair labor practices or because of trade impacts from our trade agreements. So I just want to make the point that you can't make blanket statements like, oh, there's no need for trade adjustment assistance because the employers are providing the training. That's just simply not true in many, many, many cases. I would say the majority of cases. And with that, I will yield back.
Additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There's a point of order that's been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend as the amendment is distributed? Mr. Gomez, you can proceed.
All right, thank you so much. So I want to give my colleagues on the other side of the aisle another opportunity to show that they're pro-family and not pro-billionaire. I have an amendment that would adjust the paid leave tax credit in the bill found in Section 45S to ensure that it actually helps working families. Republicans created the 45X tax credit in 2017, but it has been ineffective in getting most Americans to be covered by a paid leave program through their work. I'd love for my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment to expand this credit and help us get one step closer to ensuring every American has access to paid leave. My amendment would increase the credit from 25% to 75% for small businesses and 50% for large businesses where the majority of workers make under $100,000. It would also put in place important protection for employees who employers claim the credit, like guaranteeing job protection, requiring employers to continue health insurance, and prohibiting employers from charging extra fees or discriminating against workers for taking leave. It would also support and strengthen existing state paid leave programs by offering a federal reimbursement to help more states create these successful programs. I've been hearing a great deal about President Trump and Republicans wanting to do more to boost the birth rate. As a father of a young son, I can tell you exactly what is making it hard for Americans to start and grow a family right now. Families want help with groceries, with rent, with affordable, high-quality childcare. And they want to know that when they have a child, they can take time off of work to care for their newborn son or daughter and still be supported financially. They want to know that they can go back to their job after their 12 weeks with their new family member. And we know that this isn't just good policy for families, it's good for the economy too. Paid leave helps small businesses keep and retain workers and remain competitive. Again, I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, you want to pass this bill to give billions away to the wealthiest Americans. Why not work together to do some good for working families for a change? By passing this amendment, we'll make paid leave a reality for more Americans and show them what policy that is actually made to help working families. So here's the thing. I expanded paid family leave in California. And one of the things that we saw is when we passed it, we were the first state of the union to pass paid family leave. We started all of a sudden seeing more people spend time with their loved ones. to be there to bond with a newborn child and to support their spouse. And what we've learned is when a spouse spends time with their wife, they're less likely to have postpartum depression. The health outcomes actually increase and improve, and it also means that there is just a stronger family bond. So if you want to be pro-family values, and not just for the billionaires, then I ask you to support my amendment. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the gentleman for his amendment. We have done a tremendous job in this bill on the Family Medical Leave Act. We worked very hard. Obviously, many of you know that that was a pilot program that was established in 2017 in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and we are extending it and making it permanent, which is very significant. What it does, it strengthens the paid family medical leave credit from the premium Trump tax cut. It also quadruples the maximum employer-provided child tax credit and adds additional relief to small businesses for providing child care. I mean, these are very important things to families, and I'm very proud of what we're doing in this bill. I'm proud that we're going down the path to make sure that we extend family medical leave to small businesses, that they can use their insurance, their disability insurance to make all these, make this family medical leave work up to 12 weeks. So thank you for noting this, but the bill does a great job already in this area. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there additional discussion on the amendment? Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the National Partnership of Women and Families, only 27% of our workforce has access to paid family leave through their employers. In fact, the United States is one of only 6 countries in the world that does not guarantee any paid leave to our workers. I know how difficult coming back to work so quickly after having a baby can be. When my son Joaquin was born exactly 16 years ago, I was going to say today, but it was actually yesterday, I was back in this hearing room 3 days later to mark up the Affordable Care Act. Paid family leave is essential to any parent. We need it in every line of work, from the halls of Congress to office jobs to fast food restaurants. This amendment will vastly improve the paid family leave, allowing more workers to benefit from more time. It incentivizes states to allow all of their residents to have comprehensive leave policies. Paid leave isn't just good for families, it's also good for businesses. Small businesses are at a disadvantage if they can't provide paid leave to their workers, while big businesses can afford to do so. And paid leave keeps people in the workforce by allowing them to hold jobs and care for children at the same time. This bill makes it clear that my Republican colleagues don't care about the benefits that paid leave would bring to their constituents. They found ways to make big corporations richer, but at the expense of families. They made it clear that they don't care about their own constituents who are struggling to make ends meet, and they've made it very clear that they just don't care about working parents. I urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment to make paid leave applicable to all workers, protect American jobs, and help families afford to care for their children. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Mr. Gomez for offering this amendment. You know, it is, again, this is an extension of some remarks I had made earlier about the family supports people actually need in order to stay in the workforce. Not a single one of us sitting here this morning will lose money if, for some reason, we have a medical emergency or a problem, a funeral we need to go to, or sickness of a child. Not a single one of us will lose one dime. And this is a privilege that we have that other Americans don't have. And I do think that it's important to realize, as our colleague Ms. Sanchez has said, that it's embarrassing to call yourself a civilized first world country and just be one, be one of 6 only in the world that doesn't recognize the value of children and keeping people's connections to the workforce by providing paid, at least parental leave. And I do agree that we need to expand this beyond just parents and have paid medical leave, for our employees as well. I've been an employer for many years in one capacity or another, and I have some of the most wonderful, talented, intelligent, and loyal employees because I put their families first. Nobody ever has to miss a parent-teacher conference on behalf of coming to my job. No one ever has to come to work ill because of my job. Nobody has to come and bring a doctor's excuse. I respect them and take their words. And in return for that, I have people right here at 5 o'clock in the morning here staying with me. And that's the investment that I think we need to make in our employees, in our economy, and of course in our families. And I'll yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you. I, like so many women here who had children before this became a thing, I have, my oldest son is 37 now, and I can recall having him my senior year at Georgetown and not having any way of just having the support of friends to be able to watch him while I went to class. And then having my second son in between law school, my third son, my second year of law school, while I worked a job during the day, went to law school at night, graduated with 3 of them under the age of 5, and there was no leave. I wanted to start a family, wanted to get it out of the way, have my children have each other, and the country was not in a place where it was offering support to families for paid leave. And now the United States is one of only 6 countries in the world that does not guarantee any paid leave to our workers. Now, the Ways and Means Democrats passed the first ever bill to guarantee 12 weeks of comprehensive universal paid family leave without a single Republican vote. We did that. They want to talk about what we could have done when we had everything. That's something we did. And we found ways to pay for it when we were in charge. And now, instead of expanding paid leave, this bill continues a failed fig leaf policy from 2017. We know that during that time, only 1,230 businesses used the credit that they were offering, and 89% of the spending went to pay 180 claims from firms with over $1 billion in revenue. Only 16% of small business owners support extending the credit. This is not going to get to the families and to the individuals and to the young, growing families that we need to support them while they're growing their families. We talked about being pro-life, right? Remember that discussion? How many hours ago was that? When we talked about supporting women giving birth. And as Ms. Moore said, we support until the baby comes out. And then it's done. The support leaves completely, and you're on your own. So this bill, this amendment is being offered to support the range of families, the range of individuals, to be there in a manner so that they don't have to be like Ms. Sanchez had to do 3 days after giving birth, being back in this dreadfully cold room for a markup. And it will allow families to be able to have what they need to be able to go back to work. Because oftentimes what happens is, as we said, decisions have to be made and women leave the workforce. We lose that intellect, we lose that knowledge with women having to leave the workforce because they are forced to make a decision which they don't want to make. So I support this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to support it, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gomez.
And one of the things I kind of just want to stress about paid family leave, it's also that could be there for people who are dealing with a sick family member, somebody that gets diagnosed with cancer or a terminal illness, that you can actually be there to take care of them, that you can be there during the most vulnerable and most emotional times in that person and your life. There's how many of it, most of us will one day, we will all, not most, we will all die one day. And don't we want our loved ones to be able to take off time to be there so that when we go gently into the dark night, that we have some comfort? That's what we want. That's what we want when it comes to paid family leave. And that's what it's about. That's why when I say, you know, if you want to be pro-family, support this amendment. Show people that you're thinking about them. With that, I yield back to the gentle lady from the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, and I yield back my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the nos are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I know we've been coming up on over 15 and a half hours. I want to thank my staff and the entire Ways and Means staff for their hard work and effort and professionalism working so hard on these amendments that are incredibly important to our constituents. They didn't ask for all of this, but on behalf of our constituents, I just want to extend my gratitude. But Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk to rectify the damage that the Trump administration has caused to the tourist economy. This tax credit would incentivize domestic travel within the United States, ensuring that we can reboot America's tourism dominance that is being decimated by President Trump. Trump's blanket tariffs are already causing harm. The tourist industry is collateral damage, while Trump flip-flops on trade. The facts are in the numbers. Canada and Mexico make up the largest percentage of visitors to the United States annually, making up a total of 53% of visitors combined in 2023. But the damage has already been done. In March alone, the number of visitors in our country shrank by nearly 12%, and Nevada saw nearly an 8% decrease. Why? Because of Trump's repeated threats to our neighboring countries. It's being reported that Canada's major airlines have announced reductions in flights to Las Vegas due to the severe drop in airline bookings. So let's be serious here. Trump's harmful rhetoric and mismanagement of the economy is projected to cost the American tourism industry $64 billion this year due to both a decrease in domestic and international travel. While that number won't cause Elon Musk to blink, those are Nevadan small businesses and jobs that are on the line. In fact, Oscar Chavira, owner of a Mexican restaurant, Birria Bite in Las Vegas, cannot keep prices down in his establishment because of these Trump tariffs. Most of the meat that he buys for the restaurant comes from Canada or Mexico. And he said that these tariffs will directly reflect in his prices, which he fears will cut back on people choosing to dine in his restaurant. Now, Las Vegas isn't the only place that's impacted by decreased visitors since the beginning of 2025. The fallout from strained relationships with Canada due to this administration can be seen in Arizona, for example. Canadians account for roughly $775 million in spending during the snow season, but because of this administration and their actions, they are reconsidering travel not only to Arizona, but also to Nevada, and to places all around our country as a whole. So I would just really encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the light. This is happening in all of our districts. If this bill is serious about helping working class people and Main Street America, then we need this amendment so that American people have a solution to the economic crisis that's being caused right now. While Republicans in this committee continue clinging to their seats, desperately trying to win Trump's favor and prove their loyalty, I'm here to advocate on behalf of my constituents, and I will not sit here and let our tourist industry crash because of Trump's mess. I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment on behalf of not just the entertainment capital of the world in Las Vegas, but international travel to the United States, which is incredibly important. We have the World Cup coming up, we have the Olympics coming up, we have the 250th anniversary of our nation's birth. All of this is being affected because of Donald Trump and his flip-flop on trade. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Yakum. No. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell. Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Delbene. Miss Delbene, yes. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore. Miss Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Miss Plaskett. Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Doggett. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the noes are 25.
There being 18 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Doggett,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
would you suspend while your amendment is distributed? And there has been a point of order reserved.
Oh, it's germane. It's short.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is one line. It deletes the voucher provisions in this bill. These voucher provisions are designed to really undermine our public schools. They come as a supplement to voucher plans that have been implemented in some states, most recently in the state of Texas. I believe that our public schools are essential to our democracy, and that measures to undermine those schools, which serve about 90% of the students in our country, are measures that not only hurt public education, but hurt the entire concept of democracy. Now, President Trump has, of course, already proposed eliminating the Department of Education, and his forces have done significant damage to the work of that department, undermining one aspect of federal aid to public education after another. President Trump had hardly moved into the White House before he issued an executive order calling on all federal agencies to shift as many federal dollars to private schools away from public schools as possible. This is all part of that plan to undermine our public schools. And it's very interesting on the development of this particular measure in that it did come before our committee last year and was voted on in this committee. I opposed it then. Democrats opposed it. It got out of committee, but Republicans never brought it to the floor for consideration. Instead of having this bill, this voucher proposal considered on its merits separately, it's being buried into this huge reconciliation bill in hopes that it can take a ride along the way and get passed when it might not be able to pass the House on its own merits. And that's been true of voucher measures generally. When they have gone to the public again and again, they have been voted down. We have also considerable experience from the states in these voucher systems. Take Florida, where in 2023 the state removed income eligibility limits for its voucher program. With these changes, 69% of new voucher recipients were already enrolled in private schools, while only 30% of them came from families earning less than $55,000 a year. In Arkansas, the state's own Department of Education reported that 95% of voucher recipients had never set foot in a public school before receiving public dollars. And in Arizona, over half of 2024 voucher spending is going to students who are already in private schools or not yet in school. And even within this bill, families who qualify include those making 300% of the area median income. In other words, in Texas, families making as much as $228,000 would be eligible for these credits. And credits to do what? To go to schools that don't have to accept everyone, schools that don't have to have certified teachers, schools that don't meet the needs of individuals with disabilities, of children with disabilities. And that's why I'm very pleased to work with our colleague, Congresswoman Sewell, in offering this amendment, because we believe in our public schools, believe in all they have to offer for America, and recognize that parents are fine to send their children to private school, but don't use taxpayer dollars to do it. This is using taxpayer resources. It's just using it in a more obscure way through a tax credit system. So I urge the adoption of this amendment and the rejection of vouchers as the wrong way for us to go for education and the wrong way to go for democracy, and I yield back.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to my colleagues for their patience and willingness to have the discussions that we need to have. Certainly happy to do that, happy to defend the provision that is currently in the bill relating to school choice. This is about empowering families. It's about empowering parents and children to pursue a brighter future with quality education. I think it should concern all of us that parents have been pushed away from the curriculum of schools, that have been pushed away from various decisions impacting their own children, and that's why we need to empower families rather than push them away. It should concern all of us that so much bureaucracy, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, the bureaucracy is actually standing in the way of the quality and efficient delivery of services that are vitally needed across America, especially in vulnerable populations where education, in this case, means so much. I certainly appreciate the very positive feedback that I get from families, especially students themselves, who have found greater opportunity through scholarship programs such as this, where scholarship granting organizations form basically around the needs of students. And the scholarship granting organizations, I want to have the freedom and the flexibility to meet the needs of the students and various communities so that brighter futures can be pursued. So certainly urge the rejection of this amendment and urge the adoption of the full bill so that we can see the positive impacts across America as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Doggett for his partnership on this amendment. This amendment strikes the private school voucher scheme that's in this bill. Under the Republican plan, donors who contribute money or stock to these voucher schemes will receive 100% of the contributions back in the form of a discount on their tax bill. This is a preposterous tax benefit that is not given to other charitable donations like those to churches. I know this issue well. My home state of Alabama has adopted a dollar-for-dollar tax shelter for donations to these voucher schemes in Alabama. And Alabama's public school children and teachers are paying the price, right along with taxpayers footing the bill. Mr. Doggett's state has poured $1 billion into a similar program. This is unprecedented to set aside $5 billion of taxpayer money into private school voucher schemes while starving our public school of their funding. We should not stand for this, and I know I, for one, will be very vocal about it. This proposal would advance President Donald Trump's agenda on establishing universal school choice by providing families nationwide the option to give their children an education different from the one offered in local public schools. As my questioning of Mr. Balto, unveiled, there are no household income requirements for students to receive these scholarships. Therefore, parents can give as a donation to these organizations as much money as they want, dollar for dollar, getting that donation as a deduction. And at the same time, their children of wealthy folks could actually then use this to go to school. It's unfair. And what it does is it limits the ability, it's using taxpayer money in order to help private schools flourish. And I think to add insult to injury, in states like Alabama and the Deep South, the same type of scheme of choice, in the name of choice, cause so many of these segregated private schools to crop up. In my hometown of Selma, Alabama, I went to a public school. I'm a proud public school graduate. Having said that, in Selma, there were also 2 private academies. One private academy that came about in 1965 that came about for the purpose of making sure that the public schools were not integrated. And I have to tell you, the public school back in Alabama, when I was there in Selma, we had a debate team. We were the ones who had winning basketball teams and the like. And it was our kids that went on to Ivy League schools and to top universities. Whereas at Morgan Academy, named after a Confederate Ku Klux Klansman, Morgan Academy students, all-white school 40 years ago, and today it's still an all-white private school. And many of the parents utilize these school sponsoring organizations to actually funnel money through to their own children and to children similarly situated in terms of their ability to pay, and it's simply unfair. So I think that not only will it give them a dollar for dollar, in states that also offer the same kind of scheme, those same donors get to get a 1-for-1 on the federal side, and they get a deduction from on the state side. And it's simply unfair. So their $1 gets them, for every $1, it gets them $1.50 worth of benefit. And that's not the same benefits that we have in public schools. The program would be funded by donors who could contribute money or stock, and it allows stockholders to avoid paying taxes that would be levied if they donated or transferred the stock. This private voucher scheme is just that. It is one that will allow wealthier Americans to be able to provide private school education for their children at the expense of public schools. And I don't think that any of us would want that to occur. I know as a proud public school girl, I will be fighting to make sure that every dollar that can go to public schools will go to public schools. I am not adverse to private schools. I just prefer public schools, and I definitely don't want private schools that are segregated to flourish like they have. There is no choice in Selma. One public school, one private school. One's all black and one's all white. It's simply unacceptable in 2025, and we should not be in the business of promulgating it.
Mr. Yocum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I was a proud co-sponsor of Mr. Smith's bill. This bill was originally introduced by my predecessor, our friend and my dear friend and our mutual friend, Jackie Walorski. Time and time again, we see Democrat politicians send their kids to private school while railing against vouchers. Educational choice should not be just for the rich. Educational choice should be for everyone, no matter what your income level is. This provision, from my estimation, is a pro-middle class provision. This is something that allows anyone, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, no matter who you are, to be able to send your child to the school of your choice. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
I strongly support the Doggett Sewell amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Chu?
Well, I strongly support this amendment. As if the bill we're marking up today doesn't already do enough to cater to the wealthiest individuals in this country, Republicans have included this Educational Choice for Children Act, which would take federal funding away from public schools in order to subsidize private schools and some of the wealthiest families that attend them. If enacted into law, this proposal would take $10 billion per year of federal taxpayer dollars away from public schools and give it to private schools. Every single dollar redirected to private schools will come at the expense of the overwhelming majority of our country's students, the 90% who attend public schools. To make matters worse, these scholarships wouldn't even be limited to low and middle income families. Under the bill, any student whose family makes up to 300% of the median gross income in their area would be eligible, meaning this bill would force taxpayers to pay for high-income families to send their children to private school, even when they can already afford it. In fact, in schools that currently have school voucher programs, 70% of students receiving vouchers were already attending private schools to begin with. Furthermore, private schools, unlike public schools, are not required to provide a free and fair education to all children and are allowed to turn away prospective students and ignore civil rights protections, such as protections for students with disabilities. We must not use public tax dollars to subsidize the wealthiest families who send their children to private, expensive, and often religious schools that are not accountable to the public and are not required to serve every student equitably. For that reason, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington?
He's sleeping
Mr. Fitzpatrick?
somewhere in the hallway. Passed down the hallway.
Mr. Boyle? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
There has been a point of order reserved. Would the lady please suspend while we distribute the amendment?
No. But you can speak on mine. Is yours about endowments?
Ms. Sewell, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to strike the provision in this bill that targets the endowments of America's leading colleges and universities for the sake of paying for corporate tax and tax cuts for the wealthy. In 2017, for the first time, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act imposed a tax on the endowments of not-for-profit colleges and universities with more than 500 students and endowments larger than 5,000 per student. It was a 1.4% tax. Now, this bill provides an even greater tax and expands the number of institutions that must pay it. Under this bill, it is a four-tiered tax proposal that ranges from 1.4% to as much as 21% tax. This is truly punitive. Imposing this punitive tax is an attack on American values. America's leading colleges and universities are nonprofit entities that benefit all Americans. They seek cures and treatments for diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer. These institutions generate discoveries in quantum science and artificial intelligence that are critical to America's security and prosperity. They spin out businesses and develop talents and entrepreneurs. They power regional economies and educate diverse regional workforces, and they truly change lives as well. It is an attack on college affordability. More than half of annual endowment spending goes directly to student financial aid, tens of billions a year. By reducing reliance on federal loans, endowments reduce burdens on American taxpayers and enable graduates more flexibility to pursue public sector or not-for-profit jobs. Now, I can personally attest to the college affordability. You see, I would never have had an opportunity to go to college, to my alma mater, had it not been for the fact that my alma mater used its endowment to provide a needs-blind admission. When I first got to Princeton, I didn't know how my family was going to afford it. Not only did they admit me on a needs-blind basis, but they provided me with every financial help that I needed in order to graduate. Princeton is one of the leading institutions when it comes to student aid. I can personally attest that even after 35 years, their commitment to college affordability and being able to use its endowment to help make sure that America's children that get in actually can get out of college debt-free. In fact, most families with incomes of under $100,000 pay nothing for their undergraduate students to attend college at Princeton, and I know that many of the other elite colleges have similar programs. Half of all Princeton students receive aid that covers the full cost of tuition, including most families with incomes up to $200,000. I think that the punitive nature of this tax is based on a fallacy that somehow these institutions breed liberalism. Well, I can tell you that this one institution that I went to, my alma mater, produced Terry Sewell, a Democrat, as well as Ted Cruz, a Republican. I think it's a fallacy that somehow going to these institutions create liberalism. It's an attack on higher education. University endowments are essential to America's preeminence in higher education. It's an attack on America's competitiveness by continuing to have this punitive tax. Our country needs to win the global competition in industries that will dominate in the 21st century, such as AI and quantum science and biotechnology, and endowments support essential American leadership in these areas. You know, I also think it's really unfair that similarly situated taxpayers should be treated similarly. Nonprofit colleges and universities are no different than libraries, museums, and philanthropic foundations in each of our districts. They are significant organizations impacting overall well-being of the local economy. I think that it is a shame that we are utilizing endowments to tax endowments up to 21% to pay for the wealthiest to get a tax break and for big corporations to have permanent taxes. I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge my colleagues to think about the universities and institutions in their own districts that provide opportunities that would not exist for vulnerable children and children in need. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Hsu?
This bill is so outrageous and illogical that it would likely result in some universities paying a higher tax than many corporations do, despite the fact that these institutions of higher education are driven not by profit, but by their mission to educate the public and support research. And let's consider that university endowments enable many institutions to provide more generous financial aid for their students and to help fund groundbreaking research. In fact, U.S. colleges and universities spend more on student financial aid from their endowments than on anything else. Institutions like the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech, which is in my district, meets 100% of students' demonstrated financial needs so they can focus on making the discoveries of tomorrow without having to worry about costs or graduating with a mountain of debt. All told, this tax increase will undermine the teaching and research missions of affected institutions, harm students in need of financial aid, and curtail critical research without doing anything to lower the cost of college or enhance access to higher education. And for that reason, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sewell. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentlelady suspend while the amendment is distributed? You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would provide a refundable tax credit for fertility treatment expenses. Starting or growing a family looks different for everyone, and some parents need a little extra help. Everyone knows someone who's only been able to start a family because of fertility treatments. In 2023, over 95,000 babies were born via in vitro fertilization. Unfortunately, fertility treatments can be incredibly expensive and out of reach for many. With costs ranging from $15,000 to $30,000, IVF is cost prohibitive for so many couples looking to expand their families. We can and we should do more to help these families. Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order expanding access to in vitro fertilization. The executive order recognized the importance of family formation and mentioned that as a nation, our public policy must make it easier. This amendment does just that. The underlying bill already includes changes to the adoption tax credit. Why doesn't it address other ways that people start and grow families? Democrats are here standing up for families, and unfortunately, Republicans are working to provide tax breaks for the wealthy. This amendment is an opportunity to support families and the many ways that they are created. I urge all of my colleagues to ensure their constituents can build families however is best for them by voting in favor of this amendment. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Del Bene. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, The noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlemen can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, as we all know, President Trump regularly makes promises he can't or won't keep. For example, I remember a day not too long ago when he said he would bring prices down on day one. We can all see how well that's going. Prices are higher today than they were when Trump took office. The price of a dozen eggs has risen 27% since January, reaching their highest price on record. Coffee prices are up over 5% since Trump took office, but they're expected to climb even higher when Trump's tariffs take effect, given we cannot grow coffee domestically. And the price of used cars jumped as well, experienced their highest yearly price increase in a long time. These rising prices are hurting American families who are struggling to make ends meet amid surging uncertainty about the health of our economy. But rising prices aren't hitting all people equally. While working-class Americans need to carefully consider how these increases impact their family budgets. For the wealthiest, these jumps represent nothing more than pocket change. So it's not surprising we see the same kind of attitude apply to taxes as far as the president's concerned. Regardless of what Donald Trump promises, at the end of the day, he always up helping his rich pals over working people. During his first run for president a decade ago, Trump promised to eliminate the egregious carried interest loophole that allows the richest executives on Wall Street to pay a lower tax rate than their secretaries. The president was emphatic, declaring that we could close the loophole because, quote, the hedge fund guys didn't build this country. These guys that shift paper around and they get lucky. The hedge funds guys are getting away with murder, end quote. Well, when he's right, he's right. The hedge fund guys are getting away with murder. They've carried interest loopholes that hedge fund guys use is indefensible. For the uninitiated, carried interest is the percentage of investment gains, usually around 20%, that hedge funds managers, private equity executives, and venture capital partners take as profit, on top of a whole host of management fees they also charge their clients. And because of the way the current law is written, these rich executives don't need to put any of their money at stake to take advantage of this loophole and claim their profit as an investment tied to performance. What does this mean? It means that these profits are subject to low capital gains tax rates rather than the ordinary income tax rates that most people see on their W-2s. I'd like to say I'm surprised that my Republican colleagues are prioritizing tax cuts for the wealthy over playing the level field so hard-working Americans aren't disadvantaged, but we've seen this play before. Back in 2017, when my Republican friends passed the first tax cuts for billionaires bill, they failed to prioritize common sense reforms like closing the carried interest loophole, and unsurprisingly, Trump failed to push them on it. As a result, 45 private equity billionaires collectively hold $210 billion of personal wealth, which is now up a whopping 275% since Donald Trump's first term. This is perverse and absurd, and it needs to be changed. By closing this gaping loophole and ensuring these profits are taxed fairly, my amendment would raise billions of dollars and would help bring down our national debt that my Republican friends seem intent on blowing up even more with this bill. It is long past time to ask the richest people in America to start paying their fair share, and my amendment would do just that. So let's help Donald Trump keep a promise of his for once, because unlike so many of these other ideas, closing the carried interest loophole would be a promise worth keeping. I urge all my colleagues to support this long overdue amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Yocum.
I've got copies here of the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I guess my question is that for the amendment's author, when you had the majority and you put through 2 reconciliation plans, can you show me what page the carried interest loophole closing is on?
Will the representative yield?
Sure.
That was in the bill that passed out of this House, and it went to the Senate and was taken out by Senator Kirsten Sinema.
So that did not make the American Rescue Plan or the Inflation Reduction Act?
It did not, because we had one recalcitrant Democratic member who would not go along with it, and we had a 50-50 Senate.
So just to be very clear, when you had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you were not able to get that through?
Are you trying to foreshadow what's going to happen to this bill in the Senate?
I'm just making sure. Thank you so much, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Doggett.
When President Trump was first running for office, he said on the campaign trail, quote, "The hedge fund guys are getting away with murder. They're paying nothing and it's ridiculous. The hedge fund guys didn't build this country. These are the guys that shift paper around." He was right then, but as with his promises to bring prices drastically down and to do so many other things, he abandoned his claims once he got into office. He did absolutely nothing to close this egregious loophole. As president, shutting down the tax break is exactly what he said he would do and what he did not do. Trump has since proclaimed again, as Mr. Byer pointed out as recently as last week, that he objected to this carried interest loophole. But it's all talk and no action. And the result in an outcome that should not have surprised anyone, the Trump tax scam of 2017 did not close the loophole, and there's nothing in this bill to close the loophole. A new joint report published this year by Americans for Tax Fairness and Americans for Financial Reform shows how wide open this loophole remains and why this amendment is important to adopt and close the loophole. The report highlights that just 8 top executives at 2 of the biggest private equity firms saved a collective $335 million in taxes over a recent 5-year span, all thanks to the carried interest loophole. One individual at one of these private equity firms, who is himself worth over $40 billion, saved over $93 million on taxes over the same period solely because of the carried interest tax break. If Trump were truly on the side of working Americans, if these Republicans were truly on the side of working Americans, they would join us to take action to fix a broken tax system replete with loopholes that allow billionaires to escape paying their fair share. A yes vote for this amendment will be a vote to trim hedges, will be a vote to assure that those trim hedges for a living are not paying a higher rate than those who manage hedge funds. A no vote is a vote that means the work of nurses, teachers, firefighters, and police officers is not valued as much as those who manage other people's billions for a living. I urge an approval of the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Byer. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Horsford. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 18, the nos are 25.
There being 18 yeses and 25 nos, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Panetta, proceed.
Thank you. My amendment would increase Medicare payments at the rate of medical inflation. It's an amendment to ensure that doctors and other providers are able to stay in practice and serve our constituents. Medicare payments to physicians in California's 19th congressional district, but also all around the country, have not reflected economic realities of the rising cost of health care. Since 2001, when adjusting for inflation, Medicare doctor payments have been cut by 1/3. As a result, more and more providers are closing their doors and leaving seniors and disabled Americans without access to vital medical care. Medicare is a promise we make to our constituents that if you pay into the system, it will be there for you. But unfortunately today, it's not about Medicare coverage. It's about doctors accepting Medicare patients because they can't afford to accept Medicare payments. For now, until you cut Medicaid programs, it's the #1 health issue I hear about from my constituents who can't find a doctor who will take their Medicare. I hear from seniors all the time who have to drive out of the district or wait months for an appointment because there simply are no providers accepting Medicare patients. This is a bipartisan problem that does have a bipartisan solution. The amendment I am introducing mirrors Representative Raul Ruiz's Strengthening Medicare for Patients and Providers Act, which last Congress had 172 co-sponsors, 47 of them were Republicans. The nonpartisan MedPAC, which was created to advise Congress on Medicare policy, recommended that Congress tie payments to inflation. The majority offered a bill today in Energy and Commerce that would give a modest one-time increase to doctors just for next year, followed by annual increases at just 0.1%, far less than even the current law. This means in the long run, doctors are going to be worse off than if we did nothing at all today. I'm proud to have partnered in the past with my Republican colleagues who I know are committed to getting this right and preventing further Medicare cuts. I urge all my colleagues to pass this amendment to finally link Medicare payments to the true cost of care and ensure that we keep our promise so that our constituents can always rely on Medicare. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Dr. Murphy.
I see the sun a-shining today. I see the light coming in from the east, my good friend from the west. I think it's going to be a Disney day. I am happy that finally my Democratic colleagues are seeing the light and that know that physician payment is a terrible, terrible disaster that we're all facing. I appreciate the interest in this. I really, really do. And my only problem is, Mr. Panetta, can I just ask a quick question? How much is this?
You know the answer to that, Doctor.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. We understand that, but we also know it's needed, though.
We absolutely do.
And if I may, I got to give you a lot of credit because you've been a leader on this. And you understand that although it's expensive, it's also needed, not just for doctors, for our patients.
Absolutely, and our colleagues over in Energy and Commerce, I believe, who knows, they may still be going. I think they're going to try to break a record over there. I don't think we need to do that over here, by the way. That's a
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
That's under doctor's orders, please. Y'all just don't look too good over there, I'm just saying. We don't look too good over here, just ask Blake. But our colleagues over at Energy and Commerce have pulled out $8.9 billion. I think that's a good start. I don't think it's enough. Personally, I don't think it's enough. I think we can squeeze another $4 billion out to let them make our physicians and all the other people who do benefit from Medicare payments enough. In fact, I'm not voting for the bill unless they do that. I'm not voting for the final bill. The only problem with this is $200 billion. And that's the reason I didn't sign on this bill when to do it last year. I want us to be fiscally responsible, but I also want our doctors to actually be able to survive in private practice. Hell, I knew this when I was up at 2 a.m. looking for the paper clips at my private practice. And sadly enough, when I left, all my younger doctors went, hey, we're going to have to go work for a hospital. That's the only reason I won't support this. I do support it, but I can't support it just because there's not a pay for it. That's all. Thank you for the initiative, and I pray this is the last amendment we have.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Panetta. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Malliotakis. Miss Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Ms. Plaskett, proceed.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to remedy some of the entirely unfair tax treatment reflected in this Republican tax deal. The bill serves 2%, the billionaires and the CEO class, not hardworking Americans who actually need tax relief. Independent estimates suggest that this bill could have extended all of the 2017 cuts, except for those ultra-rich making over $400,000 per year, for $1.8 trillion over 10 years. So for $1.8 trillion, we would have been able to extend the 2017 tax cuts to everyone under $400,000. That's a lot of money, but 98% of Americans do need tax relief. Instead, Republicans are looting the American people to the tune of over $5 trillion, cutting vital programs that everyday Americans rely on and skyrocketing their costs, all to deliver a massive handout to the wealthiest 2%. Republicans are giving an $800 billion gift to billionaires by permanently increasing 199A for pass-through business owners. Republicans are permanently increasing the estate tax exemption so that hardworking heirs of the rich and famous can fill their trust funds tax-free. Republicans are bending the knee to the investor class at every turn, renewing the failed Opportunity Zone program, giving the wealthiest Americans another chance to shelter capital gains in already gentrifying areas of major cities, and funding the real estate portfolios of multimillionaires. Republicans offer the world to wealthy and expect the 98 to be happy with the crumbs. The tiny boost to the child tax credit, poorly designed tax breaks for overtime tips, and meager contribution to children's savings accounts that this bill does contain all quickly sunset, while giveaways to the wealthy are made permanent. Those little crumbs are to keep the 98% quiet, give you something to believe that you're getting something, while they give themselves permanent meals. The Republicans are transparently targeting political enemies to pay for tax cuts for the rich. This bill exploits the deficit, explodes the deficit, driving up interest rate. This bill replaces targeted and strategic tax incentives with inefficient and complex giveaways that won't grow the American economy or help raise the take-home wages of American workers. Simply, this bill redistributes from poor to rich. My amendment is for the 98% of Americans who this bill takes from. This amendment will assure that the bill will not take effect until the Congressional Budget Office assures that the benefits of this bill are distributed across taxpayers making under $400,000 in an equitable manner. Oppose the billionaire boondoggle. Support this amendment. I yield back at this time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Plaskett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Bean.
No.
Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran.
No.
Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider.
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett.
Yes.
Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi.
Aye.
Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Chairman Smith?
You have a whole bunch of other meetings.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Ms. Moore, proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm hoping that with the rising of the sun, we could just sort of pull back from the brink for a moment. Earlier this morning, we considered an amendment offered by Ms. Sewell to strike the excise tax on university endowments. And I understand that that this endowment, as she indicated, went from a 1.2% excise tax all the way up, depending on the size of the endowment, up to 21%, which is a huge increase. This was, I don't know if this was instituted, this was aggravated, I think, by the sort of conflict that our president had with Harvard University. And of course, Harvard University was established in 1636. So they may, in fact, have a big enough endowment to do what they did to fight back in court and so on. And Miss Sewell, I hope I won't embarrass her. She invoked the name of her alma mater, Princeton, as an example, but she's also an alumna of Harvard, too, of Harvard Law School as well. And I hope that we don't destroy higher education. I mean, the thing that provides American exceptionalism. You know, we invented the internet. I mean, we invented, you know, Google and all the other things. And I fear we do research around, you know, healthcare. You know, I was just looking at my grandmother, for whom I'm named. I was just looking at her death certificate, and she died of a type of leukemia that would have been managed very handily by today's drugs that are out there to fight the type of leukemia that she has. And so I know that we're looking for pay-fors, and I don't want us to use the excuse that institutions purportedly were anti-Semitic and created a hostile environment to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to destroy our what's truly exceptional about us, and that we at this point don't have any competitors, I think, with regard to our excellent post-secondary education. This amendment is really, really simple. I'm running out of time, but it was simply provide an exemption to Section 4968 excise tax for graduate schools only programs. My amendment only affects 4 institutions in the entire country, schools with a very important mission related to the health of our nation. This modification is crucial for ensuring that the Medical College of Wisconsin in my district will continue to supply a robust healthcare workforce pipeline across Wisconsin and beyond. 1,530 students are enrolled at Medical College of Wisconsin School of Medicine, School of Pharmacy, and Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences, and their futures will be affected by the decisions that this committee is making today. Annually, MCW faculty collaborate on more than 3,225 research studies, including clinical trials. And I don't have time to tell you about all of the groundbreaking research that they have done on traumatic brain injury, including on our veterans, and having one of the nation's leading researchers in that area. So it's not just MCW, it's 3 other medical schools, Bayer in Texas, Mayo in Minnesota, and Sinai in New York. And they'll suffer cuts to their programs addressing the national, regional, and local health needs. And that's why, on a bipartisan basis, every single member of the Wisconsin delegation, 6 Republicans and 2 Democrats, sent a letter to this committee asking for a fix for these medical schools. We have a lot of disagreements about health care, but I hope that we agree that we need health professionals to provide that care. I mean, the endowment tax, even at 1.2%, already inhibits medical schools' ability to advance healthcare advance the healthcare workforce, invest in patient care, and deliver new research discoveries. If this Republican proposal is enacted without a fix for medical graduate schools, we should expect some combination of reducing our student class sizes or reductions of our workforce. You know, every day, 10,000 people turn 65. We need more doctors, not fewer doctors. My time has expired, but I beg you to consider this amendment. Mr. Chairman, don't go to sleep on me. I'm begging you to work with me on this.
How could I ever go to sleep with your lovely voice?
I know. I'm begging you. This is a bipartisan issue. I don't want to get caught up in the sort of pissing match and to, diminish our opportunities to produce quality doctors in this country. And I'm asking this committee to work with me on this amendment.
Everyone's telling me to say, yes, I will work with you. So,
just say you'll work with me.
I will always work with you. We've passed legislation together.
That's right. Well, with that, I'm going to give people a very early breakfast gift, and I will withdraw this amendment.
All right. So who else wants to work with me? No, I'm just kidding. All right. Are there any more amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Yes, Steve, come on.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve 4 minutes.
A point of order has been reserved. Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed? Proceed, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually would like to enter into a colloquy with my colleague, Congressman Buchanan. With your permission, Chairman Smith. First, I want to thank Congressman Buchanan for working with me on the no tax on tips legislation. We both know that a tip is a gift. It is not a guarantee. And because of our collaboration, the bills that we have considered have significantly stronger safeguards than when this concept first came to life. I am still disappointed that the larger bill does nothing to give service industry employees a raise. My TIPS Act would ensure that we eliminate the abysmal $2.13 an hour sub-minimum wage. Yes, there are workers in America that get paid as little as $2.13 an hour. But while I'm glad that you are all including a no tax on tips, recognize that you can't have one without the other. It's not enough to end taxes on tips. It's also about ending the sub-minimum wage and giving people, workers, the power to keep more of their hard-earned money. So, Mr. Buchanan, if I could for a moment, again, I want to just say thank you to you and your staff for working with me and my staff on the no tax on tips legislation. But there is one last thing that I'd like to ask you to consider. And I understand that it was part of what your team was looking at, but for whatever reason, it may have fallen through in the final version. I believe that we need to close a loophole that would allow a wealthy business owner to pass down inheritance to their children under the guise of tips. Right now, this bill would allow the rich to gift their fortune to their kids and call that inheritance a tip. Now, we know that that's not the intent, but unless you put these safeguards in place, that's the type of abuse that could have happened. So my ask simply is that if this bill moves forward, that you, Mr. Buchanan, and through the chairman, would continue to work with me to ensure that this bill works for workers. My amendment asks that related parties cannot give a tip, that your boss can't give you a tip to call it your wage, and your brother can't give you a gift, and call it a tip. So clearly, this is something that I believe should be included within the safeguards, and based on the other provisions that have already been added, I wanted to ask Mr. Buchanan if you would continue to work with me on that should this measure move forward out of the committee.
I know it's big for Vegas, but also for Florida and tourism and everything. So yes, I'd like to find a way, get together shortly, whenever you want to. I've got a couple of pages and I want to make sure we tighten it up.
Thank you.
So I look forward to working with you.
So with that as the understanding, thank you, Congressman Buchanan, to you and to the chairman. I will withdraw my amendment.
Are there additional amendments? Mr. Gomez.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Second day. Let's get this done. As my 2.5-year-old said, let's do this.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved.
After that.
Go ahead, Mr. Gomez.
All right, I'm offering an amendment to extend the premium tax credits for women and kids, including all those who are about to lose their Medicaid coverage because of the devastating Republican cuts. Let's remember, as my colleagues have pointed out, this bill does nothing to extend the tax credits for middle class and working class families to afford health insurance. That means millions of Americans are going to see their health insurance premiums skyrocket. In the chairman's district, a family of 4 earning $64,000 a year is going to see their premiums double. That family will have to pay $2,571 more than a year ago. I don't know where they're going to go to find that money, Mr. Chairman. Because of Republican inaction, 4 million more people will be uninsured. And that's on top of the 8.6 million that will lose their Medicaid coverage because of the $715 billion cut Republicans want to make to Medicaid, the biggest in the program's history. In my district, over 400,000 people rely on Medicaid as a critical lifeline. In the chairman's district, that's 200,000 people, kids, seniors, people with disabilities, all vulnerable to being kicked off of their health insurance because of Republican cuts. I'll ask again, where are people in your district and in everybody's district going to get health care when the Republican tax bill has kicked them off their insurance? I ask once again to my Republican colleagues, are you going to be with the families, the babies, the seniors, or the billionaires? So I'm going to give you another chance to actually vote with your constituents. So I hope you have a good answer when you go home and your constituents ask that question. So instead of giving massive tax cuts to the rich, why not join me in passing this amendment to stop health care premiums from skyrocketing for moms and children? With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? No. Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta?
Yes.
Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19. The noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Horsford, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk to ensure that the tax code honors our national commitment to veterans in a fiscally responsible manner. If you can't tell, I am passionate, and I'm passionate about housing. That's because my district is facing a housing affordability crisis. People need affordable homes, and they need them now. While I'm glad there is one thing in this bill for housing, my disappointment comes from what's not here. What's not here is something to address the millions of renters. What's not here is something to address Trump's blanket tariffs that will raise the cost of housing. My amendment would create a Veterans Housing Fund that creates a modest 1% surtax on excessive corporate stock buybacks, limited to firms with over $10 billion in assets, to finance stable housing and essential mental health services for homeless and at-risk veterans. Last year, S&P 500 companies recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks, while over 30,000 veterans experienced homelessness. If my colleagues are committed to helping veterans, they can support this amendment to help balance that equation. This is not a blue city amendment. Nearly half of veterans experiencing homelessness are in suburban or rural communities, and around 75% of these patriots reside in states represented in this committee. There is nothing in this bill that addresses shelter, mental health, substance abuse, job training, or other assistance specifically for veterans. Meanwhile, stock buybacks set an annual record of $943 billion last year alone, which increased nearly 20% from 2023. In the fourth quarter, hundreds of companies reported buybacks of at least $5 million, increasing dividends nearly 7% to a record $168 billion. It was the top 20 S&P 500 companies that accounted for all stock buybacks. Stock buybacks inflate share prices and reward shareholders. They do nothing to create jobs, serve the broader economy, or reward national service. If you profit from America's markets, you should help the people who protected them. This 1% tax on Wall Street's excess is a 100% investment in our veterans and their success. I'll say it again, if you profit from America's markets, you should help the people who protected them. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much. I had more a question for my colleague regarding this Patriot Act that you had, this redeploy amendment. What will this take away from, and who are the individuals that would have to be putting into the fund to be able to pay for these veterans?
Thank you to my colleague from the Virgin Islands. So it would apply to corporate S&P 500 companies specifically with assets of $10 billion or greater to finance housing, what I'm calling a Veterans Housing Fund, and they would be assessed 1% tax on any of those stock buybacks.
So in essence, we've given them, these corporations, a tax break. And so they're already getting a lot of money in their pockets for their shareholders to put back into the company. And we're only asking that 1% of only the companies are in the Fortune 500, and there are millions of companies in this country, that those Fortune 500 companies need to put into a pool of funds, almost a trust, to be able to support our veterans, those individuals who have committed their lives to protect us and to protect America. Is that what you're asking out of this legislation?
That's simply what I'm asking, and specifically to fund the needs around housing, mental health services, substance abuse, which we know many of our veterans suffer from, job training, and other assistance, including prevention for suicide. I believe these are common sense approaches to address a critical need that all of us have across all of our districts. There were 30,000 veterans that experienced homelessness. At the same time, S&P 500 companies recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks. This would set that towards a more balanced approach.
And once again, I'm always looking at the end, what is the long-term fiscal responsibility that we have? By providing housing, mental health, job training to those individuals who come out of service, active service, and become our veterans, that in turn creates productivity in the American economy. That creates a productivity and allows our veterans to continue to being a part of this country while at the same time contributing, because if they have job training and then they have jobs, then they'll be paying taxes. They'll be paying income taxes. We know that we have a substantial number of veterans who are receiving Medicaid, who are receiving social services. By creating this fund, this then allows us to be able to set up programs outside of federal funding to be able to support these veterans. I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to show how we feel about veterans in this country and to show that we are willing to keep accountability to those corporations who are extracting the most, who are making the most money, to be able to give back to our country in a manner that supports those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us. And I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment. And thank you to my colleague, Mr. Horsford, for not thinking that because it's 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning that we need to stop fighting for the American people, that we need to now, oh, we've done what we need to do and we've said what we need to do, and that's enough, that you are steady in these amendments. I appreciate that. I commend you for it, and I support this amendment.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider.
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19. The noes are 24.
There being 19 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Mr. Gomez, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this markup should be focused on the needs of the working class and the middle class. And one of the biggest issues facing not only them, but the entire country is the housing affordability crisis. Americans voted for serious change and relief from high prices, not giving tax breaks to billionaires and Fortune 500 companies, paid for by slashing essential programs for workers and families like Medicaid and SNAP. Americans are concerned about affordability and how rising prices are making it increasingly difficult to achieve the American dream. A key part of that dream is home ownership. Last year, a survey indicated that 67% of Americans now believe home ownership is an unrealistic milestone for young people. And here's the thing. There's a high correlation if people believe that they can buy a house and believing that the American dream and the system actually works for them. Home prices are skyrocketing, and rising prices on everything from childcare to groceries are making it harder for young Americans to save for a down payment. The median home price is now $416,900. That is nearly a 30% jump over the last 5 years. Meanwhile, median household income in the United States in 2023 was about $80,610. That means more than 50% of American households will need more than an entire year of income before taxes for a 20% down payment. In California, the median listing price is now $767,000. And in Los Angeles, that number is over $1 million. The prices of housing is far outstripping wage growth or even inflation. This is clearly a crisis. President Trump ran on a plank of making housing more affordable, and yet Republicans do almost nothing in this massive tax giveaway that would help Americans buy a home. Creating $1,000 tax-free investment accounts for young children that could be used for a down payment is too little and far too late, especially for millennials and Gen Z Americans who are trying to buy a house for their families right now. That is why I'm proposing an amendment that would use our tax code to boost home ownership, but not only helping first-time home buyers afford a down payment, but also helping stimulate the building of starter homes these first-time buyers could afford. Specifically, my amendment will allow eligible first-time home buyers to claim a credit of up to nearly $65,000 towards down payment or closing costs. This credit would be advanceable at the time of closing, deposited directly into the escrow account. Additionally, my amendment would establish a credit to incentivize the construction of reasonably sized starter homes that are affordable, allowing states to allocate credits to developers equivalent to 15% of qualified construction costs towards an eligible starter home, which would be boosted to 30% if the developer can certify that that starter home was sold to a first-time home buyer. This is a substantial investment by our government in young Americans and the American dream. For far too long, Republicans have lacked the courage to seriously invest in housing for working and middle-class Americans. If we can find the money to give tax breaks to billionaires and massive corporations, we should be able to find the money to help average Americans own a home. And here's the thing, I recognize that there is a lot more to do. We got to cut the red tape at the local level that helps spur the creation of new units. We need to make sure that we protect renters who are on the verge of missing a rent payment and may end up on the streets. We also have to make sure that this is not a boondoggle. But if we want to deal with the housing affordability crisis, it has to be bigger than the 200,000 units that would be created over the low-income housing tax credit, that provision that was in this bill. Because we are short about 4 million units. If we want to be serious about this crisis, we got to create a housing boom that we haven't seen since the end of World War II when the troops were coming home. We got to tackle it like we would the construction of the interstate highway system. We got to make sure that we can do this. 1 million new units of housing a year for the next 10 years. And I am working on with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that will help convert underutilized commercial and office real estate to housing. Here's the thing. It's not a blue state or just a blue city issue. I'm working on on this bill with Mr. Kerry from Ohio on that bill. And that's a good bill. But that's a red state and a red city. And I had conversations with others on this committee. So I know that we can tackle this problem if we work together. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gomez, I just want to thank you for offering this amendment. We know that in this legislation, while the Republicans have touched the surface of housing, that there is so much more to be done, particularly in light of tariffs, which are raising the cost of building homes, which are going to cause skyrocketing in materials, imported building materials for residential construction, at least 22% of which comes from China. We know that our young people, particularly, I see that you address first-time home buyers and starter home construction credits. Those are the two areas that I think need it most. There's an urgent need to invest in low-income housing tax credit because it's our nation's most successful tool for encouraging private investment in the development and preservation of affordable housing. Democrats focus not only on housing supply, but also on affordability through our initiatives such as first-time home buyers credits and renters credits when we were able to get this work done. This bill, the bill that is in front of us right now, has gobs of cash for people making over $1 million, but it does a bare minimum, a mere $14 billion investment in our housing crisis. The fact is that with the cost of building materials, with the lower percentage of disposable income that individuals are going to have, and the rising cost, inflation still going up. They talked about during the time of Biden. During the Biden administration, towards the end, inflation was going down. We see that it's rising now, and the cost of buying a home is going to increase. So we, as members of Congress, need to invest in the American people. And one of the greatest ways we can do that, the greatest ways that we know that leads to wealth, is through home ownership. That has been the primary gap, particularly with Black Americans. We know that after World War II, when the rest of America was able to increase their wealth through home ownership in the GI Bill, Black Americans, Black GIs who were denied that through redlining and not being able to use the GI Bill, that's when we saw a stark disparity in wealth between Black Americans and white Americans that has not been able to be closed. And a lot of this has to do with home ownership. That is the greatest way that people are able to leverage themselves, leverage their wealth, to be able to grow and provide something for their children and an inheritance for their children's children. You know, the Bible says a wise man lays up a wealth for not only himself, but his children's children. And the best way that they can do that is through home ownership. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gomez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. No. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. Proceed, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk to rectify another grave mistake this administration has made. I believe in government efficiency, but recklessly firing our federal workforce is a mistake. These arbitrary firings throughout the federal workforce aren't efficient, and this lazy policy has put our veterans at risk as they make up 30% of the federal workforce. Thousands of brave patriots have left the military and continued serving the American people, enlisting in services that safeguard our nation's security and support veteran services like running the Veterans Crisis Line. Brave patriots like Mark Wagstaff, who served our nation for 10 years in the Marine Corps. After a decade of loyal military service, Mark moved to North Las Vegas, where he continued his public service at the VA. Despite receiving stellar evaluations, Mark was let go as part of DOJ's indiscriminate cuts. Mark, along with thousands of other veterans, have had their careers and lives dismantled by a president and oligarch who have no clue what it means to serve this country. These terminations not only violate our commitment to those who served, but they actively undermine the strength and quality of our federal workforce. So I want to repeat a question that was asked by former Marine Corps Sergeant Mark Wagstaff. And he said, quote, "As an American, I signed up to defend my country, then dedicated myself to public service. I stood for my country. Now, who will stand for me?" Mark, if you're hearing this, I want you to know that I am standing with you, and I'm asking my colleagues who are here today to stand with you as well. My amendment will make sure that the recently laid off veterans from federal service are included in the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, specifically veterans subject to reduction in force by federal government. It would be an additional category to make sure that we are doing our veterans justice. These service members have fought for our country, and I'm not going to stand here idly by while Donald Trump or anyone else fires them with no due cause. I believe that this is yet another reasonable approach, that if we really say we care about our veterans and their contribution to our communities and the fact that they represent 30% of the federal workforce, the least we could do is guarantee that they are included in the Workers' Opportunity Tax Credit and have the ability to get back into the workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order against the amendment. Mr. Chairman, the amendment is not germane to the underlying resolution under Clause 7 of Rule 16. An amendment is not germane if its subject matter is different from that of the underlying resolution. The subject matter of the underlying resolution is generally related to the matter within the committee's jurisdiction. The subject matter of the amendment includes matters under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Appropriations. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. I urge the chair to sustain the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. My reading of House Rule 16, Clause 7 is that my amendment must not raise subject matter outside the scope of the pending measure or have a fundamental purpose not in keeping with the fundamental package. This package is such a massive jumble of provisions that I struggle to see the line distinguishing my amendment as non-germane to this far-reaching ANS if the ANS was considered germane to the base text. And I'll just note, I don't know how many amendments we went through, but this is the only amendment the entire 16 hours that's been challenged. Huh? 17. And it's for veterans. So let's be real. So I would challenge the ruling about the germaneness issue and call upon the chair to overrule.
So I'll rule that it's not germane because it contains provisions outside of the Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction. It entails appropriations, which is not within our jurisdiction. It was 50 years ago, but not now.
Mr. Chairman, I move to appeal the decision of the chair.
Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
I move to table.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn.
Yes.
Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Did I not see him? Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez.
Okay.
Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, no.
How is Mr. Evans recorded?
Mr. Evans is recorded as yes.
No.
Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 26, the noes are 18.
There being 26 yeses and 18 noes, the appeal is tabled and the point of order is sustained. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved, and the gentleman will suspend while the amendment is distributed. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk to unleash American entrepreneurship by increasing the startup tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000. If this reconciliation package is about helping Americans, you will stand with me to remove a major financial barrier for those ready to build and innovate our economy. Starting a new business is one of the most effective ways to build wealth and to create jobs. But far too many small business owners know that the cost of starting a small business are daunting. Unlike the president, most Americans can't get a small loan of $1 million. Yet the current tax code only allows a startup a $5,000 deduction. This barely scratches the surface of what it takes to open the doors and hasn't kept pace with inflation or the real cost of launching a business in today's economy. In fact, the average startup costs for a business are now $40,000. Many small businesses in rural areas and red states face the same or even higher startup costs as urban businesses, but often with fewer financial tools or investor access. This policy would particularly benefit our veterans, farmers, and family-run businesses starting up on tight margins. Starting a business requires personal risk, grit, and responsibility, which are the values we should be rewarding. By raising the deduction cap, we give a break to the job creators, the real job creators and innovators who are the backbone of the American economy. Small businesses are responsible for nearly 2/3 of the net new jobs in the U.S. economy. By raising the deduction, this amendment aligns tax relief with the actual financial realities that entrepreneurs face and helps more Americans turn ideas into companies. Let me make this clear. This amendment would boost local economies and employment, helping small businesses survive their first year, saves federal dollars by reducing bankruptcies, unemployment, and lost growth. I urge my colleagues to support American small businesses and entrepreneurs, the engines of our economy. And with that, I yield back my time.
Does any member further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? No. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean?
Bean, no.
Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Miss Sanchez? Miss Sanchez, yes. Miss Sewell? Miss Sewell, yes. Miss Del Bene? Miss Del Bene, yes. Miss Chu? Miss Chu, yes. Miss Moore? Miss Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Miss Plaskett? Yes. Miss Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Schneider?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Proceed, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long night. This hearing started more than 17 hours ago, and it's easy to forget that the whole proceeding has gone forth with a question hanging over it of whether the Ains was even germane. Remember, we started with a 28-page bill released on Friday that was nothing more than a feint. On Monday, exactly 24 hours before we started this markup, Republicans released a 400-page amendment with many new subjects not covered in the original bill, including a SALT cap, IRA credits, and endowment tax, and many other things. And you have to ask the question, why did my Republican colleagues insist on having this markup in the dark of night? Again, we've been here all night, 17 hours, rather than allowing real deliberation and debate in the light of day. Why did they hide the ball? Well, maybe it was the fact that 14 million people will lose their health care because of this bill, or that the bill will add $5 trillion, that's 5 with 12 zeros, in debt to our debt by 2034 and $45 trillion by 2055. Or maybe it was the unwillingness to consider any improvements or fixes, whether it dealt with housing or SALT or tariff relief, ideas for dramatically lowering the cost of the bill without raising taxes on 98% of taxpayers. In fact, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle even refused to raise rates for people making $1 million or $10 million or $100 million, even $1 billion. There was no willingness to try to bring some reason to this bill. And here's the thing. The Senate Republicans are already signaling that they are going to ignore what the House Republicans are doing here in the Energy and Commerce Committee in Agriculture. The Senate Republicans are just going to rewrite this bill. So my amendment would simply make it easier for the Senate by replacing the amendment in the nature of the substitute with a blank slate. And with the blank slate, I hope we can make it clear the Democrats are still willing to work together with our colleagues in the House and the Senate to craft responsible legislation that helps American families not only make ends meet, but get ahead, that doesn't take health care away from 14 million people and doesn't leave our children and our grandchildren with mountains of debt. And with that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schneider. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn?
No.
Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yacom? Mr. Yacom, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no. Dr. Murphy is recorded as no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
Repeat those numbers.
The yeses are 19, the noes are 25.
There being 19 yeses and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? If there are no further amendments, I'll recognize Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the staff for their great work as usual. I thought our members were extremely well prepared. Thank the members for their diligence. I thought that the points of conversation, once again, based upon the history of this committee, were not only well intended, but just as importantly, they were based on fact and some merit as well. And also, I would say that in the future, I make this request in front of all. This should be done in the morning. We should start at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we're prepared to do this 9 to 8, 9 to 10, whatever. But I think it loses some of its meaning as the night wears on. Members begin to lose some interest in the debate and the discussion. So I hope in the future that's something that we can do. We tried very hard in the majority to do precisely that. Even if it meant quitting at 8 o'clock at night, we would come back immediately the next morning. I don't know if there was a time obligation that the majority felt they had, but I do think in the future, this is the longest in 33 years that I've ever been in this room at any one time for a markup. And I hope that in the future we could accommodate the respective parties by doing this in the morning, starting in the morning.
Thank you. I want to reiterate how appreciative I am of the Ways and Means staff. No one works harder than this group. And for every one of you to stay throughout this time to help deliver this product for the American people, we're forever grateful. The members of this committee, both Republican and Democrat, thanks for the patience and making it through this process. If there are no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee adopts the committee print as amended.
The question is on the motion to adopt the committee print as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy.
One more vote.
Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes.
There's 2 votes.
Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes.
Everybody, there's 2 votes.
Ms. Fishbach.
There's 1 and 1.
Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
If I could just interrupt real quick, I want to remind everyone there's another vote after this, so don't leave. Okay.
Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, no. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 26, the noes are 19.
There being 26 yeses and 19 noes, the motion is agreed to and the committee print as amended is adopted. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a second motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now transmit the recommendations of this committee and all the appropriate accompanying materials, including minorities, additional supplements, or dissenting views, to the House Committee on Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 201 of the concurrent resolution of the budget for fiscal year 2025, HCon Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974.
The question is on the motion to transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including minority, additional, supplemental, or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directives included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025, HCon Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, no. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 26, the noes are 19.
There being 26 yeses and 19 noes, the motion is agreed to and the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material are ordered transmitted to the House Committee on the Budget. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the measure and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. I also want for all of us to recognize Mr. Tom Barthold for staying through this entire hearing. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.